By its very nature, the game of golf is about targets. Finding them, assessing how to aim for them, and executing your plan to come as close as you possibly can to reaching them. Easier said than done? Most certainly. But in the hands of those who sit at the sport's pinnacle, taking dead aim and locking onto those elusive targets is what it's all about. And that's exactly what's driving Suzann Petterson at the end of another exhausting but nonetheless rewarding season. The world number 2's goal is to better her career best haul of 5 wins in a year. Should she capture victory in Taipei this week, she'll equal that achievement and then steel herself to make it number 6 over the next month. And if what we've seen over the first 3 rounds here at Sunrise is any indicator, the defending champion is within touching distance of repeating her triumph of 12 months ago. A 4-shot cushion heading into Sunday means that those who aspire to spoil the party will need to be on their very best behaviour. Perhaps Suzann's dreams can be scuttled by a 3-pronged Spanish armada. Azahara Munoz, charging into contention on Saturday in a bid for her first title of 2013. Atha's compatriot, the inexperienced but doggedly determined Carlotta Ciganda, at 23 years of age, the youngest of those in contention. And Spain could also reign thanks to Beatriz Ricari. There are few better from the fairway to the green, and she understands what that winning feeling is all about. Or perhaps the dominant force that is Korea will provide the victor. Sun Young-Yu's favourite quote is that hard work pays off. And in golf, there's no better day to work hard than the day most other people use for rest. Sunday, the day on which one player will reach that elusive target she set for herself, and the day before she takes aim again to set herself the next one. Hello everybody, a big welcome from Peter Donegan to the Sunrise Golf and Country Club in Chinese Taipei for our final round coverage of the Sunrise LPGA Taiwan Championship of 2013. Just the 3rd staging of this event, but it's grown in stature every year. And this year's edition has been a beauty so far. Is it going to go the way of Suzann Petterson? It certainly looks that way with a round to play. She has a 4-shot buffer over Atha, Sun Young and Carlotta. The other realistic chances of victory perhaps Sweden's Carolyn Headwell and the other Spaniard Beatriz Ricari at even par within 6 shots of the lead. But they are going to need for everything to go right if they are to claim the title and the trophy. So it's a beautiful day here and the crowds have flocked in, and we're looking forward to what should be an intriguing day of golf to see whether Suzann can hold on and perform the way she has been over the first couple of days. Let's find out about the weather, and we get down to Sandra McKenzie out on the golf course.
Pete, it's a beautiful 25 degrees today. It's sunny. The humidity is at 65%. The winds are coming out of the northeast at 32 kilometres. But as we know, that could pick up during the day. But really beautiful conditions, but just a little bit too much wind again.
All right, Sandy, we'll look forward to joining you out on the golf course very shortly to talk about those conditions and our feature groups. Kate Burton, a lot to look forward to.
It certainly is. And all of these 3 players played in the Solheim Cup together from Europe, so they know each other's games well. Carlotta Ciganda aiming for her first win on the LPGA. Well, Carolyn Headwell will need a molten hot putter to prevail today. And Beatriz Ricari is a 2-time winner this season. Suzann Petterson inching 1 step closer to defending her title here in Chinese Taipei. Atha Munoz enjoying a resurgent form this week. And Sun Young-Yu, the 2012 Kraft Nabisco champion.
Well, let's go to the action on the golf course. And Yani Singh began her round today at the 10th. Here she is at the par 3 second. And you don't need to be told that the bulk of the gallery is going to be following this young lady and Suzann Petterson today. And Yani coming up with the par there at the 2nd. Let's check out what's happened so far this morning. The answer to that is quite a bit. So we'll roll straight into it. And first of all, we move to the 5th and Mika Miyazato with the chance of getting an early birdie on her card at the par 4 5th. Nicely done by the Japanese star.
Eun-Hee-ji, the former US Open champion, open with a par at the 1st. Here she is at the 2nd. Opportunity for a birdie. Oh, a good putt from Eun-Hee-ji, brought her back to 1 over.
Spain's Belén Mozo likes playing in Chinese Taipei. Here she is at the 5th with her 2nd shot. Wasn't the greatest start. She made bogeys at 1, 3 and 4, but then made up for it with this. An outstanding shot from the Spaniard and racking up her first birdie of the day.
One hole back on the fourth, demanding par 4. Here is MJ Her, pars all the way. And another lovely birdie. Well played for MJ Her.
Candy Kung is back in a familiar part of the world, her home. And here she is with a second shot at 7. Hole location today is in the back right corner at 7. And Candy moving along very nicely early on, has got herself up into a tie for 10th with a birdie there at 7.
The fourth is a par 3, the second of the par 3s. And here is Irene Cho, even today. Pin all the way back, 27 paces on, hoping this is going to chase down towards the hole. Oh, and
Look
it
out.
did. Hello. Oh, well, thought about it, but she did go on to make an excellent 2.
And Na Yeon Choi at the same hole, wasn't quite as close with her tee shot, but close enough to knock in an early birdie.
The Rolex-ranked number 11th player in the world, Paula Creamer. This is for a birdie at the 6th, a par 5. Oh, went around the edges, but she pulled it out from the middle. A good birdie for Creamer.
Very important for Suzann Petterson to get off to a better start than yesterday. We know what she did here on Friday, and here she is at the second. Knocked it in for a 1 the other day. Tough pin to get to. What an outstanding shot from Suzann Petterson, and that set up her first birdie of the day from about 5 feet. And that has made the task incrementally harder for her opponents.
The great lady of South Korean golf. Here is Sae-Ri Pak. Good chance for birdie here at the 4th, a par 3. Super putt from long range.
Well, one of the very strong Spanish contingent up near the top of the leaderboard, Beatriz Ricari. Opportunity for an early birdie, and she slammed that in at the 3rd.
Dropped a shot at the 2nd, Caroline Hebwall, but looking to make amends at the 3rd. Good putt. Putter is starting to warm up.
Well, we saw Beatrice holing out there for birdie at the 3rd. Here she is at the 4th to go back-to-back birdies and make an early charge, and things looking very good for the talented Spaniard.
A frustrating start for Anna Norquist from Sweden, but this is a chance to make amends at the 7th. Dropped a shot on the previous hole. Good putt from the player from Sweden.
Atha Munoz tied for 2nd here in 2011, the first staging of this. Here she is at the 4th, measuring 203 yards today, so a long way to get it back there. 176 to the front, pin 27 on in the centre. An outstanding tee shot from Atha, and that set up her first birdie of the day.
Well, this was a very impressive start for Suzann Petterson, but here she's facing a putt for a par, and that never had a chance of going in. So a bit of a wobble at the top from the leader, who made a bogey at this 4th hole.
And Irene Cho was so impressive in her fight back a couple of days ago under difficult circumstances. Here she is at the 7th with that back right pin that we were talking about. Made a birdie at the 4th, and she's going to make another one there. Birdie at 7.
Par 5, 6, a long hole. Here is Sae-Ri Pak playing her approach. Even par. Oh, beautiful finesse around the greens from Sae-Ri Pak.
Of all the players up in contention, Eun Hee-ji's putter has been the hottest. Here she is with a little pitch at this 6th hole. And that would add a birdie to her birdie at the 2nd as well. So there has been a lot going on, and Suzann Petterson does maintain the lead. Her lead at present is 3. Here she is with her 3rd shot at the 6th hole. 1 birdie, 1 bogey so far. And with that front pin, difficult to leave it underneath the hole and give it a run, and that's exactly what Suzann's been able to do.
Up ahead at the 7th, Sae-Ri Pak, chance for another birdie. A good start for Sae-Ri, birdie at the 4th, par at the 5th, birdie at the 6th. Oh, 3rd birdie of the day, and she surges up the leaderboard to 2 under, right in contention.
Very much so. Just 4 shots back from the pace, 3 back from the pace. This young lady, Atha Munoz, looking to sew up her place in the CME Group title holders. One thing might look after the other. If she gets the victory, that's what she's after. And as we said, it is difficult to find that patch of turf between the bunker and the flag, with the pin cut just 7 on, and Atha hasn't been able to do that.
Par saver required for Eun-hee to remain 1 under the card. Olga putt, such an exposed part of the golf course, the 7th hole. Walking away with a par is a very good job indeed.
Sun Young Yu also up in contention, but she's +1 for the day, having dropped a shot at the 4th. Her pitch at 6. And a little bit longer than she would have liked. Still an outside chance of a birdie though, but it'll be tough. Well, she hasn't got, she has got the yellow jersey on, but in cycling terms, it's Suzann Petterson who's got the yellow jersey on, because she's out in front at the moment at -6. Holds the lead by 3. Atha having picked up 1. Suzann even par for the day. The charges come from Sairi Pak with birdies at 4, 6 and 7. And also Eun-hee picking up a couple of shots. Beatrice Ricari and Irene Sho having picked up 1. Let's go back to the par 5, 6th.
Atha Munoz came up shy with her approach. Oh, beautiful touch. Playing up to a very elevated green on the 6th, so it's very easy for the ball to be affected by the wind. But this is a player who really flights it particularly well in windy conditions.
Well, from one Spaniard to another, Belén Mozo, who's got a birdie opportunity at the 9th hole. As we said, she didn't get off to the start that she was looking for. All of a sudden, things are starting to look a bit better, but all that does is bring it back to an outward 9 of 40. Lots of blue and a little bit of red.
Sun Young Yu, chance here to get one back. Beautiful putt. So, takes her to 2 under, 4 behind Petterson. It really is all to play for. Anything can happen in these windy conditions right now.
In the pink on Sunday, as usual, Paula Creamer. And that's going to be a drop shot for Paula. Yet again, she's only been able to manage 1 birdie on her card so far. And it's been a week that she would probably prefer to forget.
It's a particularly difficult golf course to try and make a score, because a momentary lapse of concentration and you can very easily conjure up a bogey, a double bogey. This is a bogey putt, and the birdies are extremely hard to come by. You feel you made a birdie and you feel you shot even par. A lot of the players feeling like they shot rounds of 67 out here.
Second bogey of the day for Paula. Suzann Petterson to stretch the lead from underneath the hole at 6. Well, certainly she doesn't need to be as concerned about those not going in as her playing rivals because of the 3-shot buffer, but if she can just put it out of the question by the time she reaches the turn, or pretty close to out of the question, then it's going to ease the pressure on her a fair bit. Well,
and it's certainly a case of putting all of the efforts on her nearest challengers. They're the ones who are going to have to make the birdies.
And there is her nearest challenger, Atha, 3 back. Sairi is 4 back, and 5 back are Eun-hee, Carlotta Saganda and Beatrice Ricari, and Sun Young having made that birdie. And the 6th is also 4 shots away from the lead. So it's going to be an intriguing day. Can Suzann Petterson do what she's done all week and command this golf course and command the rest of the field? Or are the chasers going to eventually wear her down and find the lion's share of the $2 million in prize money? All sorts of reasons to stick around today at the Sunrise Golf and Country Club. Hope we can have your company right throughout the day. Off that excellent birdie at the 6th. Sun Young on the tee at 7.
Strong right to left wind and just taking this down the left centre, and that's the perfect position on this hole.
Sandy Mackenzie out on the course. Sandy, give us your impressions of the breeze compared to what it's been like over the first 3 days.
Pete, they're saying it's only about 32 kilometres an hour, but it seems a lot stronger than that, and we know how gusty it can become out here.
Putt from, wow, gosh, it was a very good chance. A very good try for Beatrice Riccari. She's got a very good short game, but needs it to be scintillating if she's going to mount any kind of challenge whatsoever on Suzann Petterson.
And speaking of Suzann Petterson, it's Beatrice and Suzann who had the best scores on the back nine of anyone in contention this week. They're 4 under. Ather with the driver.
Just taking this down the centre, it'll move a little bit to the right, but it's not going to be far enough to get into any trouble. It'll be fine.
Long too. Wow, she has got every bit of that.
She got an awful lot of roll. Scuttled on down the fairway. That's going to be hardly anything in. A flip with a wedge for her approach. Let's jump ahead to the green with Carlotta Sigander, who, if there's any weakness in her game this week, has been the putter. She's been mighty long off the tee, quite often not using her driver for fear of running out of the fairway. This is the area of her game. If she could ignite her putter, she's a serious threat to Petterson.
She's had 4 3 putts so far this week. .30, 30 and 32 her putts tally over the first couple of days, and they are simply going to have to start falling. Beautiful day at the Sunrise Golf and Country Club. The breeze is up, but perhaps not as strong as it has been over the first 3 days. So are we going to see someone jump out of the pack and chase down this lady? Suzann Petterson has been simply outstanding over the first 3 days. Here she is on the tee, driver in hand at 7.
Left centre's the perfect line because it'll kick back, and that is beautiful. Exactly where she wanted it.
And that's a good length from Suzann, but she is nowhere near the drive of Ather Munoz.
I think she hit the downslope, Ather.
Wow.
Because that really catapulted down the fairway. Talking of long hitters, Carolyn Hepworth's been, well, splitting the fairways this week, and also an alarming distance. Good putt for Carolyn. She stays at 1 under. Good driving the ball on average about 255 yards this week, and I think she could be a threat to Suzann in this final round, Pete. She's got the game. She's determined to have a win on the LPGA. She's won a number of times in Europe.
She's a bit like Carlotta Sigander, though. She's going to have to get the putter working because she's had 99 putts so far this week, Carolyn Hedwell. When you compare that to Suzann, she's had 89. So that is going to be something that is going to have to catch fire. Yani Singh, the champion of 2011, finished in 3rd place here last year, and the darling of the crowds in Chinese Taipei. At the 4th, 203 yards. And it's just not quite going to get to the right level.
So, very good shot, and cheered on every step of the way. Beautiful look back down the 7th hole, which is one of the most exposed parts of the golf course. Our final group, Sandy is down there with them.
And we'll get down to Sandy in a moment, especially to get the yardage. Have a look at where Ather's ball is. Now, her average drive this week has been 243.2. So she's on average about 20 yards behind Suzann. That has come out of the middle of middle.
There's a very big hill there, Pete, that I think she's got the huge kick-off. I've got the yardage for Sun Young Yu. She's 113 from the front, and it's 137 to the pin. I can't even get to Ather's ball, but she's way in front of the red marker, and that is 75 from the front. So it'll only be about 70 from the front of this screen where she is.
Well, that's a drive of round about 288 yards then from Ather. And yes, it did get that hill, but it had to fly a long way to get there in the first place.
Now Sun Young's ball just going left of the flag, keeping down the bottom side of that ridge, so it's going to feed away even further.
So many subtle breaks and undulations around this Sunrise golf course, and greens are fast. Leave the wrong 10.5.
10.5, yeah.
10.5 today on the stimp meter. That is faster given the conditions because it is so blustery. If you are putting downwind, it does make a difference. And certainly when you're putting downhill, you just have to breathe on it.
As we mentioned, Suzann Petterson's game all round has been so strong. She's got the equal best score on the back nine of those in contention with Beatrice Riccari at -4. She's got it out there at 262, her average drive, and her putts, well, her putt has been working well. 89 putts for the week, 28 on the first day, 30 round 2, 31 round 3. Have you been able to work out a yardage with that marker on the fairway in front of Suzann, Sandy?
Yeah, she's 102 from the front, 126 from the flag. It'll just be a wedge, but she's got to be very careful of this strong right to left breeze. The pin is over on the right side. Just keeping this very low. It's not a bad line if it's up. Oh, got a nice kick off the bank, but just not going to get up that. Oh, yes, it has. That is an excellent played shot underneath the wind. Good punch shot.
That's a great shot. Very realistic birdie opportunity for Suzann. Let's move ahead to 8.
Difficult hole, the 8th. Has been playing hard all week. Here's Carolyn Headwell. Second hardest hole on the golf course yesterday. And that's a lovely drive. Set herself up extremely well for her approach.
Up ahead at the green, Sayri Puck has another birdie opportunity. This for a 4th birdie of the day. Very difficult green on which to make a score. It has been overall the hardest hole for the first 3 days. The 8th was the second hardest hole yesterday. It was the hardest hole in round 2. Look at Sayri. She often has trouble even getting down to the ball in the cup these days because she's had a lot of back problems, a lot of physical issues.
It's Carlotta Saganda yet again going with the 3-wood. Gets huge distance off the tee with this club. Oh, not that time. Didn't release that much, but keeping up with Sayri Puck, who took driver. What a talent and what a prospect Carlotta Saganda is.
Likewise, Ather, who seems to have been around a long time now, hasn't had the best of years, though. That could very well change and change dramatically here. Second shot to 7.
Just 90 from the flag for Ather.
Oh, a bit too much spin. Still a good shot, very makeable putt.
Beatrice, tee shot at 8. 5 back from the lead, so she's in that group of players where everything is going to need to go right. Her average drive just 228.5 so far this week, so she concedes a lot of ground to those off the tee, but with her accuracy from the fairway, it doesn't seem to matter.
Do you think she does that on purpose sometimes?
Well,
because she's just as accurate with her hybrids as she is sometimes with a 9-iron. She admits that herself. Now, Yanni Seng. Let's give the crowd something to cheer about, Yanni. Oh, not this time. Groans from the crowds who, wow, this is by far their favourite golfer to come out and watch.
And she's doing pretty well today, 1 under. It's been a string of pars with one exception, that birdie at 13. And hopefully Yanni will give the crowd something to get excited about. Here's Mi Jung He's birdie opportunity at the 9th after a very good approach. Out in 36 for MJ. So they have flocked in on this Sunday, and a lot of them are here to see Yanni, but the good thing is that Yanni will finish and then they'll be able to get out and see Suzann and Ather and Sayri and Sun Young in action. And Suzann said the other day she was afforded such respect from the crowd last year when she won. She almost felt as though she was a local the way they were treating her, even though she was playing in the same group last year as their favourite and their hero, Yanni Seng. Suzann's lead is 3. Ather's picked up 1. Sayri having picked up 3. But it's the lady from Norway who, surprise, surprise, is at the top of the leaderboard, and that's been the case pretty well all week.
Here's Beatrice Riccari lining up for her second on the 8th. Pin is all the way back, 22 on. You're playing to an elevated green. It's a difficult hole to judge the distance. Can't see the bottom of the pin from where the players are standing.
She's got about 152 to the pin. None too sure about the wind direction. Generally speaking here at 8, left to right, maybe helping a little bit.
All those greens are starting to speed up. Been a fair bit of rain this week, but now the rain has gone and the sun has come out and the wind's picked up. They are going to be like lightning on the back 9. Whoever can equip themselves the best with their putter will certainly be hard to beat. And the way Suzann Petterson is going about her game, very solid from the start on Thursday, really has limited the damage, made very few bogeys. That's been the key to her success this week. I also think, Pete, Suzann is a very smart player these days. She's now in her 30s. She doesn't play a full schedule. She rests before. She didn't play in China. She thought about this week and this swing of tournaments that she's defending.
Whoever gets their putter working on the Sunday is going to be very hard to beat. Suzann Petterson has been able to do that to great effect so far this week at the Sunrise LPGA Taiwan Championship. A big welcome to you, our final round coverage. Peter Donegan and Kate Burton in the commentary box. Sandy McKenzie out on course. And Sun Young Yu in front of Sandy, having a birdie roll here at 7. Hold a big one at the previous hole and gave that one a good chance of going in too. So the one thing you can say, Sandy, is that her putts have been very positive so far, Sun Young Yu.
Yeah, and that was a very tough putt for Sun Young because she was on the slope and she was going side on, so it was going to sling it a little bit, and really well judged.
Well, it's not the day to be tentative. When you go in with a fairly substantial gap between yourself and the leader, you've got to dare to lose if you think you might be able to win.
Carlotta Sagander, ball slightly above her feet. Rode a right to left shot. Staring it down on, oh, that would have looked great from where she was standing. It was taught by a gentleman called Rogelio in Spain, who's 73 years old, her only pro. Might go there for a lesson myself.
And another of the Spaniards, we'll say that a few times today, Atha, birdie putt. Here we go. She's rolled one in. Suzann's got an opportunity of doing likewise, but just for the moment, the gap is 2.
Carolyn Headwall playing alongside Carlotta Sagander. Here is her approach into the 8th. Ooh, somewhere between the two of those would have been nigh on perfect. So hard to judge with this wind. It's very exposed on the flight on the second shots into 8.
See if Suzann can come up with the immediate reply. Side door, good enough. Challenge posed, challenge answered. Atha moves to -4, Suzann moves to -7, and the gap remains at 3. And that's why it's going to be so hard for anyone to catch her today, because she is one of these competitors in sport who seems to thrive on a challenge.
And never ever gives up. So gritty and determined, very hard on herself. Less so than in previous years where that got between her and winning. Her mental attitude and previous caddies would say it. Dave Brooker caddied for her for a while, who caddied for the great Lorena Ochoa. And yeah, I think he said, you know, if she could sort herself out mentally, she would be unbeatable. And, well, that's what she's doing now.
And we've talked a few times, Kate, about a life-changing experience for Suzann a couple of years ago when she went to Mozambique. And when you're on the golf tour, everything is focused around what you do and your practice sessions and playing and then travel. And all of a sudden she went to Mozambique and saw what was going on in that country, and she said that it did affect her and it affected her perspective on life.
Very easy to be cocooned in this world of professional sport.
We're up in a very exposed part of the golf course here. The 9th tee is not far away from here, and hence the whistling of the wind up there. Well, realistically, 2 putts from here and Beatrice would walk straight to that 9th tee. Might get one. Whoa! That'll help. What a stunner. Came up with the shot of the day yesterday with her approach at 13, and this might qualify as well.
Terrific putt, tracking all the way to the hole. Well, 2 of the Spanish players certainly making a statement early on in this final round. Now here's Atha back on the tee.
The line here, Kate, is the left edge of the right bunker. If you can get over that and get it down the centre of the fairway, be careful of the one on the left. Oh, she's done this beautifully. Just pick that line perfectly. It'll be in the centre of the fairway.
And it's a difficult drive, Sandy, from this tee.
Yeah, there's a big bunker there, but there's a lot of grassed hills around it, and that does make it really, really difficult. And then you can't go too far left because the other one might catch you.
Up ahead at the green, Carolyn Headwell has yet again put it into the danger area of about 6 feet. Saw her miss the green there narrowly. It's something she hasn't done much. She's hit 83.3% of greens in regulation. Suzann.
Suzann taking it further left. Now it's heading towards that bunker. Hopefully it won't make it.
Whoa, sit down. It's just caught the light rough. Carlotta's approach scuttled on through to the back of the green. What she would give to sink one of these to really ignite her round. Really good long game that she's got, Pete, Carlotta Saganda.
Interesting to note too, Kate, that the 3 players playing together here, Petterson, Saganda and Munoz, all even par for the last 5 holes, all even par for the last 3 holes as well. A daunting finishing stretch, just a little distraction with the big crowd surrounding the 8th green. And just the 9 fairways hit on the first day.
Interesting when you see the average drive. So those stats were most probably taken into consideration with her using a 3-wood. So there's not a really true indicative of just how well she does drive the ball.
Boy, she does take a long time over the ball. She is at times a little indecisive, yeah. I just wonder whether she thinks about it a little bit too much. Easy to say from up here, of course, but she has taken a lot of time over some putts at various times. And the time was well spent there because that was pretty handy. Players went around in about 5 hours and 20 minutes yesterday.
It was a long time out on the golf course, but it's a big golf course to walk. I was pretty exhausted walking the 5 holes on the back nine. On-course commentary. You know, most of the time when players come around here, they are in carts, so it is a big golf course.
Just a couple of moments ago, Sun Young Yu's drive at 8.
Yeah, Sun Young's aiming this at the bunker now. Whether it's got enough to get over it, no.
So that's going to be a shot of more than 140 yards to the front. And it's just going to depend where she is in the bunker as well. But we've seen a lot of people in that bunker this week, Kate, and they have just had to forget about getting to the green and just getting it out.
It's a deep bunker.
Very important putt for Carolyn Headwell. Just to maintain her momentum. Can't afford to drop one. It's been the story of her week. The golfing gods giveth, and the golfing gods taketh away. Birdie bogey for the Swede. By the way, one of the big moves on course today is coming from Moria Jutanagan, who's got it to 5 under par for the day. That is some golf around here.
That is a sizzling score. The sister of Arya Jutanagan, one plays on the LPGA, that's Moria, and Arya plays on the Ladies European Tour.
She's had 2 strings of 3 birdies in a row in her round.
That's got to feel like a course record to her so far, because conditions here are extreme to say the least, given the swirling winds.
Well holed, good 2-putt from where she was. Carolina Saganda stays within 6 of the lead. She is clinging on. And there is an illustration of exactly what we were talking about. Sun Young, Sandy a long way forward in the bunker.
Yeah, and she can only just move this down the fairway. No chance of getting it too far forward.
Could pay a hefty price for an errant tee shot. He's presently 5 back from the lead. Looks as though that's going to change.
8th hole has yielded just 4 birdies today. Really is playing tough. From a good position on the fairway, here's Ather.
133 to the flag, 111 to the pin. Strong left to right breeze, and the pin is over on the left-hand side. So she probably wants to play this just towards the edge of the green, and she's done that. It's moving back. It could be good if it's the right club.
Simply brilliant. Well, we talked about Suzann's ability to answer the challenge. Looks as though Ather's in for the fight as well.
It's her boyfriend Tim caddying for Ather, who 2 weeks ago was caddying for Suzann Petterson at Syme Derby. So he knows how to pick a golf bag and pick up some money in the last couple of weeks.
It's 130 for Suzann coming from the left-hand side. It's a bit more of an awkward side to come from with the left to right breeze and the pin over on that left. It's good contact. It's straight at the flag. Just starting to drift a bit right now.
Well, a decent shot, really made to look rather average by Ather's excellent approach, and that's getting further and further away from the hole. So a good illustration of what happens if you don't get it on the right tier. Then the subtle swells will just feed the ball away from the pin.
Well, if Ather can hold that, they are drawing away from the field. She'll get it to -5. You'd say 2 putts for Suzann from where she is at -7. And Ather will have a 3-shot buffer over the rest of the field as it stands at present. And Sun Young is one of those players who's 3 back from Ather. And Sandy, it looks as though that's going to change because she's still got a bit left here.
Yeah, she's just on 100 yards to the flag. Coming in from a better angle on the right-hand side gives her plenty of green. A little bit left. It's coming back now towards the flag.
And into the bunker again. And she's right up in the face of that bunker as well. Now that could be awkward. Didn't seem to move very far when it got into that bunker, so we'll have to wait and see what happens there at 8.
Wow, Yani Seng putting from, well, what could be a different postcode to the one that she wants to go to. Come on, keep coming down. Well, she made a pretty good fist of that.
So we've reached an intriguing stage of this final round. Birdie chance coming for Ather to get it to -5. Suzann certainly in 2-putt territory, and who knows, she could be in 3-putt territory, although she's only had 2 3-putts for the week. So the flat stick has been doing its job for the Norwegian. But Ather on the charge, looking for her first victory of 2013. Sayri at the moment is stuck on 3 under for the day, but that'll do nicely. Beatrice has picked up a couple. Carlotta Saganda is the only one who is at +1, and she is going to need everything to go right, the Spaniard. If she's to get up there and challenge, she finds herself at the moment 6 back from our leader, Suzann Petterson, in the final round.
Oh, plugged lie for Sun Yeon-yu.
Yeah, horrible lie there for Sun Young, and I got to tell you, this is brilliant, brilliant shot.
That's incredible.
The only way to play those shots is to back of your stance, close the club face, hit it, and hope for the best. And that has come off quite sensationally for Sun Yeon-yu.
All things considered, that is a darn good 5. Fairway bunker, greenside bunker. She had to pay the price and give up 1, but it's pretty clever that it was only 1.
Fourth shot for Sairi Pak on the par 5 9th. Must have got into a spot of bother. Oh, but sit down, get some spin. Chance of walking away with a par. Oh, what a player she is. 5 major championship titles, and really tilted the axis of golf to the east when she burst onto the scene back in the late 1990s.
Yeah, she looked through this leaderboard and the likes of Sun Yeon-yu and Eun-hee Ji with KOR before their name. The reason, big reason that they're here is because of what Sairi did.
It's a tremendous player. Her rookie year won the US Open, and that was in 1998. She was the only Korean playing on the LPGA back in the late 90s, and now you're averaging 35, 36 in the top 100 on the Rolex rankings week in, week out.
Sunday afternoon at the Sunrise Golf and Country Club, Suzann Petterson in the driver's seat to capture back-to-back titles in just the 3rd staging of this event, the Sunrise LPGA Taiwan Championship. And here is our leader with a long, difficult birdie opportunity at this tough 8th.
It's uphill, Pete, and it falls away after the hole, so she's got to be careful of the pace.
Pace not too bad. You'd back her in to make her par there. But Ather's birdie putt will be coming up in a moment to see whether she can cut the gap to 2.
Yanni, par putt. Ooh. Good putt, walked away with a 4, but that keeps her at 9 over. So she's still thrilling the crowds, but not quite the golf that she expects to be playing.
We're back Suzann in to make her par, and she does. So is the lead about to be cut? Simply sensational approach from Ather. Tied for 2nd here in 2011. Tied for 8th last year, so she likes this part of the world. By the sound of it, this part of the world likes her. Back-to-back birdies, 3 under for the day. The challenge is on again.
Par putt for Sairi Pak. Well, it seemed to be the right line. This doesn't really give you a good indication of just how undulating this green is here at 9. Still a very promising outward half of 34, but she'll be ruining that missed opportunity on the 9th. Nobody likes to see a 6 on the card, and it's been one of the easier holes this week, the 9th.
Her 2 best finishes, Kate, have come in the last few weeks this year for Sairi Pak. Tie for 4th at the Evian Championship, the 5th major as it's become. And she also finished in a tie for 8th in Korea last week, 73, 68, 71. So Sairi finding some good form at the end of the year. You You'd certainly say that about Suzann Petterson, but she's had good form right throughout the year. But we talked about that US Open and what it did to her when it made her angry. And obviously that's not a good thing for the rest of the field if Suzann gets angry at herself, because what she's done afterwards has been remarkable.
Oh, well, she doesn't turn green or get any bigger, but she does improve her putting considerably. Practiced it, she said, 10 times more than she used to.
And he slides one by. Talked before about the fact that her putter has been the best of all of those up in the last few groups. Just 85 putts over the first 3 days, 26, 31, 28.
Lexi Thompson, a winner a couple of weeks ago in Malaysia. That's her approach into the 10th.
Back left pin at 10 today. This might be good. And Kate, we talked about Eun-hee and the fact that she's had 85 putts for the first 3 rounds. Lexi has had 101.
One of the longer hitters on tour. Just needs to get the magic going with the flat stick.
Well, shot of the day. Speaking of the flat stick, this is very good work. Beatrice Riccari from a difficult corner at the windy 8th made it look easy, and this was dead centre. Brilliant putt from the Spaniard. Keeps her in the mix for the championship. Moves her to -2, 5 back from our leader. But she's got herself into a spot of bother with a hanging lie here, ball above her feet at 9. Breeze coming from her left, perhaps helping a little. Seen a few players leaking the ball right at 9, perhaps because of that breeze direction. Just bunting it on down to a distance that she likes. And she's got a lot of distances she likes in that area of the golf course.
Very more accurate players on tour. Let's go back to the 9th. Well, they're having a bit of a wait. They know each other rather well in that group. Oh. Carolyn Headwall. She's long enough to get on into Carolyn, but not today. As we know, the wind gusts and swirls around this golf course so quickly, and what could have been left to right wind could change in a sixpence.
Well, by the look of the flag down there, it's more out of the southeast now.
Atha, who bought a house a couple of months ago, just before the Solheim Cup, her and her boyfriend Tim, and they still haven't moved into it. She's keen to play well today, keen, she says, to get back, to move into the house that I actually haven't seen since the Solheim Cup, because I haven't even been in through the front door. Moved to West Palm Beach in Florida from Orlando. A lot of players live in Florida. And why not? So many good golf courses there.
Weather's not bad either.
It's all right. Good place to be. Really enjoying some good form here this week. Atha was 2nd in 2011 and was tied for 8th last year. So she has a swing that can withstand these windy conditions and that holds up to it extremely well.
Just 47th on the money list this year, which is a surprise for a player of her talents, 249,000.
Got to be careful of the bunkers down the left, and that wind is coming out of the southeast, so it is into them from left to right. It's moving way right. This, it's going to go on the other side of the cart path.
Well, I've seen what troubles that can cause over there. Well, southeast, Sandy, gee, all of a sudden we've got a different wind, so that might change the complexion of the golf course if it remains consistent at that.
Yeah, I don't think we've ever had one from that direction.
We'll find out some more shortly.
Rolex rank number 6 player Na-Yeon Choi. This for a birdie. So Na-Yeon, a good birdie at the 10th, moves her to 3 over. So need to birdie on in if she's going to mount any challenge on this player. She's had the lead from the very beginning, Suzann Petterson.
Nayeon Choi out in 39 today, so any red figures on the back nine will be more than welcome. And she's +4 for the back nine this week, so that's not the figure you'd like. This lady, -4 for the back nine, but she hasn't quite got to that stage yet.
Well, Atha in trouble on the right. Suzann needs to keep this down left centre. Breeze has just dropped for the moment as well. Very high contact with that, and it's starting to drift across the fairway. It's going to miss the fairway right.
Oh, the crowd down there are going to have a great look at her ball and the shot that she faces for her second. Oh, she's got the hybrid out.
Here it is. Here we go. She loves this club.
She's pretty deadly with it.
Beatrice with her third shot at 9.
Oh. Well, it was the kiss of death from the commentary box, because normally her accuracy that she wields with that club is astonishing.
Sun Young on the tee at 9, and that's looking a better line, Sandy.
Yeah, left side, and no run on that ball, but it's just, oh, it's running down a little bit left. She's going to have a little bit of an awkward stance with the ball above her feet.
So a bit of concern for our two leaders at 9. We'll check back in with Sandy very shortly. Meantime, blue figures is not what you want. And Lexi in the blue, standing out amongst the crowd today. We talked about the fact that her putter has been the thing that has probably prevented her from being in contention this week. She started the day at +2, having had those 101 putts throughout the week. And just to give you a reference point, that is 12 more than Suzann Petterson, and yet she was only 8 shots behind Suzann Petterson. If is only a little word, but it's got a lot of meanings in golf, hasn't it? And Suzann Petterson, a few ifs and buts about what's happening with her at 9, but even more so for Atha, who's gone further right with her drive at the 9th. Beatrice has come up shy, also at 9, so it's getting hold of the players with perhaps a bit of a change in the wind direction, maybe getting around more to the southeast. And if it does, then we've got a whole different golf course. And if that's the case, it could be in for some fun and games on this Sunday.
Good partnership, these two. Carlota Saganda and our caddy, Javier Urquizo. Been together for the last couple of years, and last year is where she really sprang into action on the Ladies European Tour, becoming the first player since Laura Davies to win the Order of Merit and the LET Rookie of the Year. She won the German Open this year on the Ladies European Tour, but seeking her first win on what is arguably the big stage in women's golf, the LPGA.
Just saw Carlotta replace her ball. For those of you who may be joining us for the first time this week, they are playing it up. Lift, clean and replace. Fairway's in very good condition though on this Sunday.
Extremely good.
Of course, she's also got the drain and the GUR in front of her. Oh, they are really being fooled by this change of breeze here at 9. Must be difficult to get in your head when you've got a certain wind direction in mind, and all of a sudden you see what the flag is doing down there, but it's just hard to convince yourself of that.
And you back off and you back off, and you've got to commit to the shot that you want to play. Caroline Headball, we thought, came up rather short by her distance that she's able to generate. So a tricky shot here for Caroline. At least there's a little bit of green to work with. The green is, pin is 19 yards on. Oh, it's, come on, work with that slope and come back again. Can.
Been a lot of excellence on the golf course this week from the players, but 9 is starting to test their excellence. Athers has been tested, and Sandy is down there at 9.
Yeah, I've had a good look at it, Pete. Ball, of course, is way above her feet. She can bring it out sideways. It's in the clear, but it's going to put her a long way back, and she's contemplating whether she goes forward as much as she can to get it reachable distance from the green. But there's a few little trees in front of her that may cause a bit of a problem.
Well, one thing that we've seen, Sandy, over the last few minutes is that as much distance as you can get at 9 is very valuable with this change in wind direction. A lot of players being fooled by the wind being into them.
Yeah, and I think she really does understand that. She's going to have to really choke down on this golf club. The ball's actually sitting up very, very high as well.
Yeah, go.
Just working out who's going to go here, and I think Sun Yu back a little bit further. She's going to go first with the 9 to lay up short of the bunkers.
And Athers' caddy and boyfriend just laying down the lawn to her there and just saying, come back here and have a look at the line and just make sure you've got the right shot in mind.
He's a good college player, Tim. Played a lot of golf himself.
Chance of saving par for Beatrice at 9, which is the 7th most difficult hole on the course.
What's so important with this shot that Azahara Munoz faces is she's got to commit to it.
That's why she's gone ahead, Kate, on the same line and had a couple of swings at that level. A little bush behind her as well that might interfere fractionally if she's not careful.
Yes, it would appear that way. When you're in this predicament, you've got to courage of your convictions, keep your head down, commit to the shot.
Still not certain about it by any stretch.
Yeah, it's that little bush behind she's worried about making contact with, because that will throw you off the shot.
This could be a very pivotal shot in her day.
Yep, no problem. It's going to be out on the fairway just.
Well done. And we can see where Suzann is. We'll come back to her shortly. Just moments ago, Sun Yu with her second shot.
Yeah, this was just an iron down to be safe. It's 300 yards from the front of the green today for Sun Young, so just keeping it in position.
And Suzann, Sandy?
Suzann's 255. The ball is laying really, really badly, so she's just got to get this down as close to those bunkers as she can get. Yeah, it just punched it out. Contact is good. That should be fine. Yep, no probs there.
Well, it is a genuine 3-shot hole, so in effect no real damage done for Ather and Suzann, but they've got reasonable distance coming in with their third.
Certainly playing a legitimate par 5 on this final day. Up ahead, Carlota Ciganda, who has been flummoxed on this hole, certainly for her third shot in, and then has come up very short for her fourth.
Here's someone else who plays very well in this part of the world, Anna Nordqvist. Gets it in the side door, a little pump of the fist there, nicely done from Anna, a birdie at 12, her second one of the day. She finished tied for 4th with Morgan Pressel here in 2011, tied 6th last year, so she's earning quite a few of the Taiwanese new dollars, or in actual fact she's earning US dollars, but she'll take a bit of the local currency.
Sure she would. A big prize fund. Equal richest person in Asia on this swing, $2 million.
Don't want this length of par putt throughout the day.
Well, a scrappy bogey by her lofty standards. On the fairway, approach shot really shouldn't have presented that many problems, and then to walk away when you just had a wedge in your hands. It's irritating to say the least, and she's got to keep on piling the pressure on to Suzann, who will just see that there's more of an opportunity and more of a gap at the top of the leaderboard.
Well, that now means that Carlota is going to need an 8-shot turnaround on the back 9, and that is asking a lot. Carolyn Head will thought for a moment that the ball might just take that contour. She's sitting up on the top of that ridge where the different colour is. She needs this to fall as well to get it up to -1. Not bad. Just didn't quite have the pace.
So Carolyn Headball moves on to the back nine, even par. Here's Beatrice Riccari. Currently in sole possession of third, Beatrice came off a lovely birdie at the 8th with that super putt. 2 under, 5 behind Petterson. She has a very distinct approach to putting. I find Beatrice, when she's addressed the ball and she then lifts her head up to have a look at the putt, rather than looking down the line and tilting her head, you might notice that she tends to pick her whole head up. Very distinctive.
Never the right line. Well, this 9th hole is exacting some sort of revenge on these players. I talked before about the fact that it's rated just the 7th most difficult hole on the course, but it's looking a whole lot harder than that. But even at the 7th most difficult hole on the course, it's given up 4 birdies today on a par 5.
Yes, these holes could be turned around completely, can't they? Just by the direction of the wind.
Yep.
The par 3 16th. The putt. Beatrice, but a missed opportunity and an ugly 6 on her scorecard, so she covers the front 9 in 35 strokes, 1 under, but ruining that missed opportunity.
The course at present is averaging 2.9 shots above its par. And when you consider that on day 1 it was 3.18, on day 2 it was 3.22, and yesterday it was a positive snack because it was only 1.7 above its par yesterday. And everyone was thinking, oh, how easy is this?
Yeah, it's biting back now.
Yes, it certainly is.
That average would have helped with Suzann Petterson's ace on the 2nd, on day 2.
Yes, and that's part of the reason. The 2 shots she picked up there is the lead she has over Ather at the moment as we approach the turn on Sunday. Speaking of Ather, here she is with her 3rd shot.
Well, it's from a long way out. It's 210 yards. She's going to need everything. It's a good line, but I don't think it's going to get there.
Sandy, is the wind playing? Is it into the wind this hole more?
Kate, it's into them coming from the left. And what happens is when you get down in this area, you don't feel the wind because it's very, very protected from here. And there's so much more once the ball gets above the trees.
Sandy, I'm just looking at our computerised scoring system here. The top 20 players, so they are the players to effectively play this hole more recently. Of them, there have been a whole lot more 6s than there have been 4s. In fact, there's been 1 4 amongst the top 20, and that was by Mi Jung-He.
It's just not surprising, Pete, because it really is. I'm standing here, I can hardly feel a breath of breeze, but you know it's up there, and I can just feel it starting to swirl now. So it's really hard to judge. Suzann is 145 from the front. 152 to the pin. Got it going low again. Now that's drifting right. That's going to miss the green by a mile.
How tough is this 9th hole become all of a sudden?
She hasn't got much green to work with there. Rather fluffy lie will certainly test her mettle.
Jane Park, Lindsay Wright, Belen Motho and MJ Her are the only players to make 4 here. And as I said, there's been a whole lot more 6s than there have been 4s. golf course is fighting back, particularly around the turn here, and our leaders are having some difficulties at the 9th hole. Let's move on one. And what is the change in wind direction going to do here at 10?
Whoa. Karen Hebel certainly didn't hold back on that drive. Oh.
Wow.
Didn't get much run on it. That was a big hit, a fair amount of venom. Most probably went into that tee shot after dropping a shot at the previous hole.
Let's see what Suzann can manufacture with her 3rd to 9.
Well, that's from 137, and again, it's going left to right. She's going to miss the green too. No one's managed to find it.
Well, that's incredible. Even though 2 of them were in some trouble off the tee. Now, the breeze here probably should be coming from their right shoulder and helping. But the change in wind direction, and Beatrice bailing out there, keeping the water out of the play.
Beatrice, not one of the longer players on tour, so always going to take the more conservative line. It's a short par for this. It's a brilliant dogleg right, the 10th hole. We'll have a good look at it with these leaders just shortly. But first of all, well, what proposition does Suzann face?
We know Sandy hasn't been able to get up there and have a look at her lie, but anything around there, you're standing in that sort of grass at the moment, Sandy. It could be very punishing.
Now, I'm actually quite close to her. I've got to within about 20 yards, and I can't see the ball. So it is down there somewhere. She has so little room to work with. It's only 4 paces on. She's got to get it up in the air because she's got a lot of long grass and a mound out of a lousy lie. Then she's going to hit a downslope. So if she gets this anywhere within, 4 or 5 feet of the hole, it'll be spectacular.
Well, what this does, the troubles that Suzann and Atha are having at the moment, is that it brings the likes, possibly, of Sayuri Park and Eun-hee Ji and Beatrice Ricari and one of their playing companions, Sun Young Yu, back into the frame for the win. But, of course, that's not allowing for the fact that she might be able to come up with some sort of piece of magic here.
Well, look at the way that Suzann's setting up for this shot. She's opened up the club face on her sand wedge, looking to play what is similar to a bunker shot.
Is it going to be Atha first to play, Sandy?
Yeah, Atha's first to go just from in front of the green. She's probably about 15 yards in front of the green. But again, she's got a big challenge because there's a big mound just to the right-hand side, about halfway up the green between the front and where the pin is. So that's going to shoot the ball right to left. If she could probably bring it in from the left side a little bit, and it'll feed back. So she's got a few decisions to make here, and she could get a really lousy bounce if she doesn't land it in the right place.
Well, she's just taken 14 paces from her ball to the edge of the green, and the pin is 19 on.
It looks like Suzann's going first. Or whether or not she's just having an awful lot of practice swings there.
I'd fancy a few practice swings if I face that shot. That's going to be...
No, well, it's like tennis. Now we're going back to Atha.
15 all.
Yes.
And here is about a 33-yard chip for Atha.
Just electing to go low. Now you can see it'll scoot off that mound. Hopefully it'll come back a little bit. It's a pretty good effort because that was not easy.
Nicely done.
Now this could be brilliant or it could go anywhere. Very thick, very deep.
Another pivotal moment coming right here.
And very spectacular. There's nothing she could do about that because that's about as good as it gets from where she was.
That was a terrific shot from Suzann. Set up as if she was playing a bunker shot, used the bounce of the club to get under the ball, pop it up in the air. And, well, distance control was very good indeed.
Meantime, behind them, 3 holes on the golf course. Yani Singh, who was out early. 4th shot at 6. Look at that vista behind, high up there on the mountain. It is a very, very exposed part of the golf course. One of the highest points of the course up there at 6. So probably a par for Yani at 6.
Beatrice playing her approach into the 10th hole. Not much in the way of yardage. Gets down through the ball extremely well. Oh, and a good shot. Hoping that will come back just that little bit more. There is a bit of a slope there.
Here's Sun Young-Yu's fourth shot at 9. She also has come up with what could be a very good save after missing the green. Needs everything to go right from here on in. She's 6 back from Petterson.
Yani Tseng, a former world #1. This for a par at the 6th. It's not where we normally expect to see Yani, though, in the earlier groups that teed off this morning.
And that's 15 holes now she's played. 14 pars, 1 birdie, which all things considered is pretty good going. There's some very important putts coming up here at 9. If Suzann can maintain the 2-shot buffer, of course she'll be very hard to beat. Wonderful crowd around this 9th. As we said, it's not only Yani they've come to see today.
Well, this back right pin placement, it's in a hollow of its own, and it's downhill all the way now for Suzann.
Buffer was 4 at the start of the day. It may very well be 1 at the turn. She showed us her character yesterday when she got into trouble early on and was able to fight her way out of it, though. And as we've already indicated, she's got a very good record on the holes on the back 9 this week.
Playing the second into 10. Here's Carlotta Siganda. Punch shot, going to get all the way up back to that back left-hand pin, and she has. Ooh, terrific shot from the 23-year-old Spaniard. Well played. Well, what a crucial putt this is for Atha Munoz.
A little bit more difficult, although she's closer, Kate. It's still downhill, but she's going to have more right to left in this. It's just sitting on the slight angle of the bank.
Should she hold this, there's just 1 shot separating her and Suzann Petterson. Which, that's nothing on this back 9.
This is going to be all about the pace to depend on what sort of break this putt takes.
And when you look at Atha playing the way she is today, it's hard to comprehend that she hasn't had a win this year and she hasn't been really in contention too many times. She is such a talented player. '34 in the Rolex World Rankings, but you'd think with a bullet. Yet again, getting Tim's opinion.
Yeah, it's a break that you could be very unsure of. It looks quite a lot right to left, but whether or not it's going to go that much, it's a really difficult angle she's on here.
This to cut the gap to 1 with 9 to play. Nerves of steel from the Spaniard.
Gosh, that was a really good putt, and what an impressive front 9. Going out in 33 in these conditions, in this situation, so much pressure at the top of the leaderboard, and she's hanging on quite brilliantly. Well,
of the top 6 on the leaderboard, only Eunhee Ji is the other player not to have made a bogey on the front 9. Sun Young-Yu trying to tidy up for her par as well. Well done. Good 5. Any 5 there is a good 5 with the way the wind has been behaving lately. So Sun Young stays at +1. Outward 9 of 37. And she finds herself now only 5 shots back from the lead.
Caroline Headwall coming back to this. Oh, my goodness me. 3 terrific shots from our penultimate group.
So then, it has looked as though it's been Suzann Petterson for much of the week. But we have a few in contention, chasing down the world number 2. Is she going to be able to show that steely resolve that she's been displaying all week and get a name on the trophy for the second time and defend the championship she won in such hard-fought circumstances? Ather is on the charge. She's got the gap now back to 1, and she's looking for that elusive first victory of 2013. We know about her talent and her grit and determination as well. They are the main 2. Maybe Eun-hee, Beatrice Ricari and Sun Young-yu might still harbour hopes of victory, but it looks as though, at the moment, it's a battle in 2. Munoz and Petterson as the back 9 begins on Sunday.
Well, that's good to hear Suzann there, telling her Solheim Cup teammate and well, rival today, you just move that a little bit back because you're going to be in front of the tee box.
Well, I don't know how they're feeling up there, but I've just thrown about 4 lots of grass in the wind, and they are now playing into the wind. And that just should not be happening.
Yeah, your drawings on your yardage book must be all over the place, Sandy.
Oh,
lines everywhere.
I don't know how they're working this out. It's picked up quite a bit when you stand on this 10th tee. Actually got to be careful of the water on the right. She's only just taken the very edge to the safe part between the 2 bunkers.
Yeah, and that's safe. Short par 4, dogleg right, 359 yards. And what's so lovely about this hole is you could see the entirety.
Now, maybe some good news for one Spaniard, some bad news coming for another Spaniard in a moment. Beatrice Ricari's birdie opportunity. Not too bad. She is going to make her par. We've had confirmation from out on the course that Carlotta Saganda has had an 8 at 9 rather than the 6 that we thought. She was in dire straits off the tee, and that score has been confirmed at 8. So she is now +1, 7 back from the lead.
A devastating blow for Saganda. This is Lexi. Terrific approach from the 18-year-old American. Now, our leader by 1 over Ather Munoz.
Well, she's been very brave off this tee. All 3 rounds, taking on the water, trying to cut off as much as she can. The wind has just picked up quite a bit since I've been standing here.
How brave will she be here to begin the back 9?
No, she's gone the safe way. Now that is going to run out of room. It's going for the middle bunker. And it's in.
Well, it's an interesting choice, isn't it? Once you take off less of the corner with Suzann's length, that bunker is certainly in play with driver.
I think it's one of the most difficult driving holes on this golf course because you run out of fairway on your left with those bunkers, and right, as we know, there comes to a watery end. And with that wind as well, terribly difficult to judge. Looking to make amends, Carlotta Saganda. Oh. Well, that is good illustration of what a gritty player she is, to come off an 8, not to get downbeat about it, respond and bounce back immediately with a birdie.
Yanni at 7, having missed the green. Once more, it's going to be a very testing length of par putt, but she's been able to answer all of the challenges with most of those putts today. And that will be one of the toughest of them. You'd have to think that she's in bogey territory there. We'll come back to that shortly. Carolyn Headwell knocks it in for birdie at 10 after that spectacular approach. So she remains very much in the hunt. She's only 5 back. All of a sudden, things have changed a lot. Suzann has found herself in the bunker on the 10th. And is that going to impact upon her ability to go for the green? Ather has found the centre of the fairway. She's the one on the charge, having picked up 3. But Eun-hee, Carolyn Headwell, Beatrice Ricari, and even Sun Young Yu, who's going in the wrong direction on the leaderboard, are still there. Mina Harrogate having a very good day, and she's picked up 3 birdies on the back 9 after going out in 35. And as we mentioned, Moria Jutanagan also having a good day, but she's dropped a shot at 17. Suzann leads by 1. Game on Sunday in Taipei. ...172 yards is the distance at 11 today for Beatrice Ricari. 155 to the front. Hole location 17 on, 4 from the right. Just +2 for the par 3s over the first couple of days, and calling for it to sit down, and that's the reason why. We can see the top of the golf ball, so not sitting that badly. And the breeze getting around behind them on 11. So it is getting around, well, everyone's confused about the breeze direction here. That would indicate that it's probably around about the northwest, whereas about 15 minutes ago, Sandy McKenzie, we were thinking that it was coming out of the southeast. So have you got a compass with you?
I wish I had one, Pete. I really need one out here at the moment, or a windsock or something like that. It's just all over the place, and then it stops, then up it comes again. It is so difficult.
Sun Young doing what everyone does, throwing out the grass and trying to get some idea.
Yeah, well, she's found herself a bit of a problem here, because Sun Young has managed to find the first of those bunkers in the far left corner of this right-hand dogleg. So that means she's 148 from the front of the green and 170 to the flag. The ball is sitting in the bunker, but she might have a little problem with her feet here. The ball will definitely be fractionally below her feet. We've got a left to right breeze coming into you.
And water on the right. Sun Young Yu has just played her second shot out of the bunker on the corner, and she has come up with a beauty from long range. That's an extraordinary shot, Sandy.
Yeah, that was just an absolute cracker. She kept it low, got it nice and low into the breeze. It didn't move, and she couldn't have done any better than that.
Outstanding shot. Just hearing news from the course that Jenny Shin looks as though she has pulled the pin. Not sure of the reason why at this stage, but we'll investigate that and we'll get back to you and let you know. Yanni, meantime, for par at 7, makes her first bogey of the day.
From the bunker at 10.
123 to the flag. The ball's laying fine, just a little bit below her feet. Always makes it go that little bit left to right. Just wants good, clean contact here. 101 to the front. Got it low. Good looking shot. Oh, settle down.
Oh, that was a good shot from there, though. It's so hard to control. Geez, she's playing well. The way she hits her irons, walking around the golf course with her the past few days, she has such control, must feel so good. It's just like an extension of her arm, the way she is hitting those irons this week.
Now, Ather has got the GUR around that drain, Sandy, but she's electing to play it from there.
Yeah, I think she's quite happy with the angle that she's on. 94 from the front, 116 to the flag, and it just shows, if you keep it tight in this corner, how much you can cut off. Left to right breeze. Oh, that's cutting. That's going to be quite wide. She's tried to punch it in and just miscued a little there.
Well, of the three, Sun Young's come up with the best shot from the furthest distance.
Oh, goodness me, what a prospect Carlota Saganda faces at this 11th hole. Oh, shank. Do you know, it's so easy to do that with that lie. Ball above your feet. She opened up the club face trying to play a bunker shot, but off that lie, very easy to get the hosel leading its way through to the ball and resulting in none of those ugly Thomas Tanks.
Let's bring you up to date with what's gone on in the last hour. Sayuri Park has made a great charge, or at least she had a good charge going, and this was a birdie at 7. The charge for the veteran has since stalled.
It's a quartet of Spaniards playing well this week, including Belen Mortho. Not a great start, but a good birdie putt here at night got her back on track.
Sun Young Yu in contention, dropped a shot at the 4th, but this was an outstanding putt at the par 5 6th. Never looked like missing, and Sun Young gets it back pretty quickly.
Athahara Munoz looking to close the gap on the leader. Suzann Petterson had a good birdie at 4. This is for another birdie at the 7th.
So that was Atha posing the question, and this is Suzann answering the question with a birdie of her own.
Beatrice Riccari had 2 super birdies on 3 and 4, dropped a shot on 5. This putt from long range on 8 for yet another birdie. Could it? Would it? Oh yes, it did.
And then one of the best shots we've seen into 8 this week. Atha at the 8th, trying to keep on presenting those questions to Suzann. And when you can play a shot in like that and set up a birdie, then you're certainly going to be able to do that.
Suzann Petterson on the 9th hole. This was for a par putt. Terribly difficult. Just ran it through the break and so dropped a shot.
And what an important putt then this one turned out to be. It was for par, but it was nerves of steel from Atha, and that closed the gap between Munoz and Petterson to 1 as they made the turn. That's where it stands at present. Both of them long range at 10. We'll come back to that shortly. Move ahead 1.
To Beatrice Riccari, who needs this to release and run out. Well, the 11th hole is proving to be a rather tricky assignment for the 2 Spanish players tackling it right now.
When Sun Young Yu went in that bunker right on the corner, the far corner of 10, she wouldn't have been thinking birdie. As it turns out, she would have been right. She gave herself a chance. Par keeps her within 5 of the lead, which is held by Suzann Petterson. If you are just joining us for a back 9 coverage, it is Suzann Petterson at 6 under, Atha at 5 under, Eun-hee Ji, Carolyn Headwell, Beatrice Riccari, Sun Young Yu at 1 under.
Now, Saganda had a horrible lie by all accounts. Oh, what a recovery. So that tap-in will be for a 4, but it's just not going to be enough today for the young player from Spain. A disastrous 8 on the 9th hole, and here a bogey at the 11th.
And sandwiched in between them a birdie, so it's been an adventurous stretch for Carlota Saganda.
Well, it's a big learning curve. Only her first year on the LPGA, her rookie year.
Atha for birdie to join the lead.
Yeah, big right to left. Oh. That was beautifully done. You could see how much swing was in that putt.
Can't hit a much better putt than that without it going in. She looks really positive, and the one thing I've noticed too, Sandy, is she looks quite relaxed out there despite the fact that she is really in the heat of battle.
Actually, I'm finding Atha really impressive today. She's very calm. She's just getting on with her shots, and oh, she's going for it.
Headwell, difficult putt here on the 11th, has to come up over a rise and down towards the hole. Currently 1 under. Oh. She thought it was going to release more than it did after getting to the top of that rise. So work yet again to do for Carolyn, who really needs to get her putter warmed up to mount any kind of challenge on this back nine.
Sayri looking to warm things up again. That might get things started once more, because she hit a submerged log with bogeys at 9 and 11, but a lovely birdie at 12.
Back of the green, who's Suzann?
One word, quick.
Is it going to get there?
Oh, it's a very good attempt. You can't go for all of them, and that was a very good percentage putt to play. Literally just sent it on its way off the fringe.
The gap then will stay at 1. Ahead at 11. Beatrice, if she's going to be any hope, these putts have to drop for par to remain within 5 of the lead. Oh. Now the task is becoming very difficult. Back to even par for the day, even par for the championship. 6 astern. She's only got 7 holes to play. Something very dramatic is going to have to happen if Beatrice is going to be holding the trophy at day's end.
This for par for Caroline Hebel to remain at 1 under. Yep. So 1 under, 5 back from Petterson. Strange things can happen on a back nine.
We talked about who would have their name on the trophy. Yani Singh and Suzann Petterson already have theirs. It is a flame design, Chinese crystal, signifying Taiwan's passion and symbolizing the spirit of golf. Attention to detail, superb performance, but also presenting the LPGA's enthusiasm in sport. And it is a sought-after trophy, despite the fact that it's only about to be handed over for the 3rd time. 2 very great names on it already, Yani and Suzann. Will it be a different name today? If it is, it appears likely that it will be the name of Atha Munoz. She is the player most likely at this stage, but as Kate said, things can happen quickly, especially in these sort of conditions.
And when we look at the holes coming up, Pete, 11, this is no picnic. We've seen players really, you know, it's a very small green, the 11th, and playing 172 yards today. 13, well, I'm looking forward to seeing the players tackle 13. Few players can get on in 2. It's a big monster of a par 5. That will certainly test their mettle.
Including this hole, the 3 most difficult holes on the golf course are still in front of the players. Oh,
that was lucky.
It was, because she would have been up in Carlotta Saganda territory if she hadn't got that bounce. Short-sighted, yes, but better off being in the bunker.
Here's Yani. Look at this putt on the 8th. It's been a difficult hole all week. Great illustration of what she has to contend with. Up over that rise. Now released towards the hole. Oh, wasn't enough. Sometimes when you're putting uphill, you can really take it out of the pace.
Yani's presently in a tie for 40th, and she's up there with a couple of people who are in contention at one stage after round 1. Karine Isha and Mariaho Uribe are back there with her. Now Sun Young on the tee at 11.
After watching Athers catch the wind and go to the right,
Oops.
This is going way left. Wow, this is hard. As they get out of the hollow on the tee, it's quite protective. It's very open and the wind comes up through the gully, and I can't tell you how badly it's gusting.
Well, they've given the right bunker a workout, they've given the left bunker a workout, and there's one at the front, so they might have everything covered in a moment. Par saver for Yani to remain at +10. One to play. She is going to get a tremendous acclamation when she comes down the 9th hole towards the clubhouse in a moment.
Big tee shot for Suzann. Her playing partners haven't fared too well. Testament to just how difficult this hole is, Sandy.
Well, she's seen one of each, and that's going to put her in two minds as to what to do. Now, when the wind drops, it's coming left to right, but when you get a gust, then it turns around and comes almost into them, so it's a totally different breeze, and it is very confusing.
Well, for much of the week, Suzann Petterson, the way she was playing, the rest of the field must have almost felt as though they'd been disembodied by what she had done. But now, very much game on.
Pin is 17 on and 4 from the right, so needs to be probably left centre of the green to catch the wind and bring it across. But knowing Suzann, she'll try and punch this low. And she has kept it fairly low. It's at the flag, it's moving right, it's going to find the bunker as well. All three of them.
So it's 172 yards and not one of them has been able to manage to find the green. Wind, we talked about it at the start of the week. We're going to talk about it at the end of the week, and it's going to have a very big say in deciding the outcome here at the Sunrise Golf and Country Club this week. Great to have your company wherever you're watching around the world. In particular, a big welcome to our friends through the Golf Channel in the United States of America. Hope you're enjoying our fourth round coverage. Peter Donegan and Kate Burton in the commentary box, Sandy McKenzie on course, and Beatrice Riccari on course. After a bogey at the 11th, equals 7th, but 6 shots back from the lead, and that should be too far. Second shot to 12. Front pin here at 12 today. And Beatrice finds herself in the diagonally opposite corner, and that is 3-putt territory. Kate, you're going to be heading out on the golf course shortly, and you talked about 13. It could turn out to be such a pivotal hole in the outcome of what happens here this week.
Totally dictated to by the direction of the wind as to what the players will do, whether to take it on in 2, whether Atha will try to gain ground on Suzann. But first of all, here's Carlotta Siganda's approach.
So the breeze from their right here at 12, and it's just taking the ball all the way away from that front right pin. And it's working its way back, so it'll work into the hollow and get a bit closer. All things considered, a whole lot better than her compatriot. But the damage, unfortunately, may have already been done for Carlotta.
Now, Carolyn Headwall, one of the longest players on tour. Very quick swing, very athletic. Reminds me a little bit of Suzann Petterson's. But Carolyn Headwall, she's 5 behind Suzann Petterson. And Pete, you've got to wonder, as we come to the closing stages of this final round, what is Atha thinking? I know she's got her problems here, but there are some holes she can pick up ground on Suzann, mount the pressure.
Find out what she's thinking about a trap shot in a moment. Sun Young first to play.
Bit tricky. She had the ball way below her feet on that one, and probably a little worried about getting a little thin, but well, a chance at par, but it's going to be tough work.
How are Atha's ball and Suzann's ball laying in that other bunker, Sandy?
They've not got a lot of room to work with the pin over on the right-hand side. And there's a little bit of grass between the bunker and the green. Atha is in the bottom of the bunker, but she's got further to carry it. But the wind is straight into them, which is going to be helpful. Suzann's is probably a little bit better because she's on the upslope, quite close, so she can just really kind of flop that out and get it to land very softly. I think even though she's got the flatter lie, I think Atha is probably in the more difficult situation.
Now, Sandy, if I recall correctly, they've got in the stats that Suzann doesn't have a sand save this week, but I think she was in this bunker yesterday and got up and down from here, didn't she?
Yeah, she was in this bunker yesterday and made a really great up and down.
We'll see whether she can do that in a moment. First things first. Our second place getter, 1 back.
got to get this up high into the wind, try and carry it onto the green. Oh, settle down. Wow, that's good.
And that is the pressure right back on Suzann, who has to get up and down to maintain a one-shot lead over Atha, because I think that's a very makeable putt that Atha has there. So we could see a closing of the gap.
Now breeze straight into her. She's on the upslope, so that'll certainly get the ball up in the air.
Wonderful touch. This is a really enjoyable battle that's going on at the moment. They are asking the question of each other, and more often than not, the reply is coming.
Yes. Every time Suzann Petterson has been put to the test this week, she has responded quite brilliantly. When her cage is somewhat rattled, she manages to escape and pulls out some magical shots.
And rattled is a word that you often use to describe players who get on the bogey train, and that's what she did yesterday, but at no stage did she ever look rattled, and that is the difference of Suzann Petterson these days.
I think she has a steely focus that's really unequaled by her peers this week. She has this ability to really be have so much tunnel vision, and as she alluded to in that interview on the first day, you're aware of the rest of the field. I don't care.
Yeah.
And she was being honest. She is not aware of anybody else out on the golf course. It's just herself.
I'll tell you one thing she was aware of yesterday, the pin placement on 17.
Oh, yes.
I don't think she was overly thrilled with it.
No, it was
tough.
It was very tough.
Yeah.
I think putting on the side of a slope, more crazy golf than championship golf, but pin today on 17. Well, it's back left, so still a big test for the golfers.
Talked in the opener about Sun Young Yu and her favourite saying, hard work pays off. Well, she's going to have to work very hard to get her share of the $2 million. It's been a struggle within a struggle. The player's tied at third at the moment to stay in that tie. And so she drops back to even par with Mina Harrogate, who's had an outstanding Sunday. Picked up 4 shots. That's a very important result for Mina Harrogate, the way she's going too, because that could mean qualification for the CME Group title holders as well.
Putting from long range, Beatrice Riccari. Oh, it needs to hang a right. Oh, it's a very good putt indeed.
So it's, what, about 4 feet, Sandy, perhaps, for Atha? All right, well, we won't get to Sandy just at the moment because she's very close to the players down there at 11. Camera shortens the distance, might be 3, round about 4, whatever it is, it's important. Suzann's marker just to Atha's right. Well, hold a couple of very good pressure putts. One there at 9 for par, one at 11 for par. Bit of a fist bump with Tim, who's riding every shot with her. Just a couple of weeks ago, as Kate said, he was riding every shot with Suzann Petterson. So 2 very good up and down sand saves from the 2 leaders.
Well, these players are good. Wow. Needs this birdie. Carlotta Siganda. Oh. Giving her best shot, trying to rally back from that ugly 8 that has seen her plummet down the leaderboard to a tie for 11th.
All in all, though, a great learning experience. As you said, this is really her first full year on the LPGA Tour, and she's shown us great talent, in particular this week and at various times throughout the year. Carolyn Headwell's birdie opportunity, taxi.
Whoa.
Oh, well, she is going to look back at that club she's got in her hand this week and say, this is the one that has cost me any chance of winning.
Yes. I might try another one.
Yeah, because that one might be in two pieces by the end of the day. We talked about she's hit 83.3% of greens in regulation, which was only inferior to Lexi Thompson of all the players up near the top of the leaderboard. But she and Lexi, well, because they hit so many greens in regulation, they often have more putts, but she's had too many for comfort. 31, 34, 34 this week. It's not the second putts that seem to worry her as much.
Keeps her under par. Just 5 players in this field of 78 are in the red. Petterson, Munoz, Seripak, Unhiji and Carolyn Headwall. It is tough out there. But the sun is shining.
Yeah, it has been all week.
Oh, yes. We haven't had an easy day.
No. And that's part of the challenge of coming to this great golf course. Not much parking up here, and what they do is there's a massive car park down at the base of the mountain, and they have a huge fleet of buses which brings the spectators and the galleries up. Good 2-putt from Beatrice from all the way over there in the top left-hand corner as she looked at it at 12. She keeps her standing at even par for the day, 6 shots back from the lead, and it is her compatriot who is the player most likely at the moment. The battle roars on. They both get up and down from the sand at the 11th. Suzann maintains her 1-shot lead, and we've got a very difficult stretch of holes still to come. 16 and 17 have been so tough, and as it stands at the moment, they are ranked 1 and 2 as the 2 hardest holes on the golf course. So a bit of a scoring patch coming up for the players at the top of the leaderboard. Can they make their scores on 12, 13 and 14? We'll find out soon enough. Twelfth tee, Suzann Petterson, driver again. That's been the game plan most of the week on most of the holes. And chasing on down the right-hand side. Not the greatest angle to come in there with a right-hand pin at 12. Sun Young just gets up there and pulls the trigger. Doesn't have the length of the other two. Average drive of 241.7 so far this week, but she gets a bit of run out of that. Just takes the downslope and picks up another 15 yards or so. Perfect spot. Center of the fairway. Carolyn Headwall's drive at 13. She's going to need to get it down there in a position where she can go for the green. The further you take it down the left, the better off you are, and that is in excellent position. She is certainly in the go zone there. 13 at present is the easiest hole on the course, and so there have been a lot of players getting there in 2, but we still haven't had an eagle yet. At 13, 28 birdies and only 9 players have failed to make their par. A check of our leaderboard. 1 the difference between the Norwegian and the Spaniard. Audi's sponsorship of this tournament has been much appreciated in the 3 years it has been staged, and a lot of the lucky ones get to experience the luxury and the comfort of Audi firsthand with the fleet of official cars that ferry players and officials around. and to the course. I'm sure Sayuri Park has been one of them, enjoying her ride throughout the week. Here she is for a birdie at 13, and just floating that one by, so she will remain at -2 for the day and -1 for the championship. Kate Burton has made her way out onto the golf course. Sandy McKenzie has come back into the commentary box. It's been an enthralling battle, Sandy. You've been watching it firsthand. It is blow for blow between the two big guns.
Oh, it certainly is. We didn't know if we would get this today, and very exciting at the top. Carlotta Saganda on the tee here.
Interesting the amount of times that she takes 3-wood off the tee, even on this sort of hole.
Yeah, I would have thought there's a few places where she really could have let loose, because she does have incredible length off the tee, but obviously just not quite comfortable with her driver.
All right, stand still now, please.
And we talked to you about the fact that Atha looks really relaxed out there and almost seems to be enjoying this feeling of being in the battle, and you can understand that a little bit because it's something that she hasn't had a lot this year.
I really think she is comfortable. She's, you know, quite happy, having a bit of a chat, a bit of a laugh, seems very relaxed out there, really committing herself to the shots that she's got to play. I mean, she is going for it. And the holes that I saw were so impressive. When she got into a little bit of trouble, she just worked her way out of it.
Second shot to 12 pin all the way over on the right. Oh! Nearly slam dunking it in the hole.
Well, wouldn't that have been something at this stage? And see, these are the shots that just give you the confidence. She's on the chase. She's just one behind. Look at that. Almost hit the pin too. And, you know, that's going to make Suzann think a little bit at this stage. Az is really chasing her.
Yeah, Suzann's got to be thinking, well, I've had a pretty good week, but I just can't shake Atha off. And here she comes from just the first cut, but the ball's sitting up on the right, but it's not a great angle to come in here with the right pin.
Yeah, that's not surprising she took it too far, because just short there, that's a big hollow from the angle she's coming off. She got a little bit short. She would have found herself in a really awkward, long grass down an embankment. So I'm not surprised she ended up a little long there.
Advantage Atha. The era of the golf balls as we look from high in the clubhouse at these incredibly spectacular vistas here at the Sunrise Golf and Country Club, which once again has been presented in superb fashion.
I think the interesting thing out there, Pete, too, is the wind is up, but it's up gusty. It's just patches of, all of a sudden it howls and then it just stops. But then it changes direction. It has been quite amazing.
Well, when you were on 9, it would have probably been from the south or the southeast, and then by the time you got to the 10th tee, it was in their faces, so it was coming out of the northeast.
Yeah, that confused everybody standing on that tee. And, you know, you just turned the corner. You thought, well, where has this come from? And that's what it's doing. So it's making it really difficult for the caddies and the players to just judge the club in. What is the wind going to do? And there's a few sheltered areas, too, where you're not feeling it, but you know it's going to be up there, and you're just not sure how strong it's going to be once it gets above the trees.
Talked a moment ago about this stretch of holes that our leaders are in at the moment. This is where the scoring may be made. They could make a score at 18, but it's 12, 13, 14, 15 where you'd be looking to perhaps get birdies on your card and then just hang on for the ride at 16 and 17, because they're the two hardest holes on the course.
It's going to be really interesting when we get around to 16, 17, 18 if these two are within a shot of each other, because they are dangerous holes. On many levels, they're dangerous. And you've got to be a bit brave and really commit yourself. And a couple of those holes, particularly 16 and 17, you need to get the ball so close to the flag, and they are very exposed holes to the wind.
I wonder then how much the fact that Suzann is so used to being in the heat in the kitchen this year is going to mean against the likes of Atha, who, as we have already said, looks as though she's enjoying herself out there, but she hasn't been in this position a lot this year.
It will be interesting watching Atha as they come down to the wire. And over those last few holes, whether she does tighten up a little bit. She looks fantastic at the moment. very, very comfortable. But boy, with you've only got, you know, 2 or 3 holes to play and difficult conditions out there, and you're playing against somebody, trying to beat somebody of the caliber of Suzann Petterson, it's a big ask. So you really want to, you know, sort of toughen up really and go for it. And whether or not she gets a little nervous towards the end, well, we'll just have to wait and see.
Suzann made her birdie here on Thursday, has made par on both Friday and Saturday here at 12. 2 putts would do nicely from here. If it goes in, it's an absolute bonus. And we saw Carolyn Headwell shoot one about 6 or 7 feet by.
That was incredibly aggressive from the word go. That putt, it needed to go in the hole. It was never going to stop. Well, Anatha is sitting in very close for a birdie chance. Potentially, you know, this could be a turning point.
Well, it may be that Atha goes from 5 to 6 and Suzann goes from 6 to 5. And all of a sudden, we have a new leader. That's still to come. Sun Young will be first to putt. Talked about the fact that she is in that very exclusive club, the most exclusive club in golf, Major Champions. Did so in quite remarkable circumstances when she won the Kraft Nabisco Championship in 2012. Oh, had the line too. She said if she had one last round of golf to play, her 4-ball, she'd be joined by Adam Scott, Luke Donald and Lorena Ochoa. Wouldn't be a bad 4-ball.
Yeah, I was thinking that wouldn't be a bad 4-ball at all, would it?
Speaking of major champions, the reigning US Masters champion, Adam Scott, and Luke Donald, #1 player in the world, and Lorena, of course, who we still miss because she was so graceful and so brilliant to watch when she was at the peak of her powers.
Big moment right now for Atha. Suzann has got plenty of work for her par. Atha has this for birdie. Could be a 2-shot turnaround here. It's going to be quite a quick putt. She's coming down the hill.
That's a share of the lead, and she might have it by herself in a moment.
That is an impressive card. No blemishes, 4 birdies. She has really put down the challenge to Suzann Petterson. We needed a chaser today. We were hoping one would come out of the blocks early and shake Suzann up a little bit and really make her work. And well, Atha has done just that.
It seems almost inconceivable that Atha has had one top 10 finish this year, and that was a tie for 9th at the Kia Classic, and that was in March. She hasn't been near it since then. Tied 19th at the Evian. That was about the closest she's been. So Suzann needs this to fall to remain in a share of the lead. Another pressure part. She's in for the fight. Don't worry about that. And what a fight it is going to turn out to be, because Suzann Petterson is at even par for the day. She leaves the putter behind and heads for the 13th, level with Atha Munoz of Spain. And they have drawn 5 shots clear of the rest of them. So I think we can almost safely assume now, even though we've still got 6 holes to play, that it's going to be one of those two. And it's anyone's guess which of the two it's going to be at present. Suzann Petterson and Atha Munoz locked at the top of the leaderboard. We're in the final round at the Sunrise Golf and Country Club in Chinese Taipei. Will it be Norway or will it be Spain, whose flag will be flying high at the end of the day? The world number 2 against a player who's yet to win in 2013. That may all be about to change. Carolyn Headwell at the 13th, over the water, heading for home. And doing it very nicely, but how quick is that going to be?
Yeah, she's going to walk down there knowing that she has just got a putt that is just treacherous. But she is on. Beatrice Riccari, third shot.
Remember what she did from almost this exact same spot yesterday. Put it stone dead.
Oh, not today. It's hung up. Well, not the result Beatrice was looking for, because she's going to actually struggle to get up and down for par from there. The ball is in a real hollow in that left-hand side pin. It's in its own little hollow. If you don't get it in that hollow, putting is a nightmare.
That is the 13th. Is it going to prove a pivotal hole in the scheme of things? We keep on saying it, but surely this and 16 and 17 the holes that may very well decide this. And Atha, with a bit of adrenaline flowing through her body at the moment. Can she get it down there long enough to look at getting home in 2? You would think so. Suzann certainly can if she gets the right direction. It's the easiest hole on the golf course. And so if you walk off with more than a 4, it's going to be a disappointing result, especially when you're up at the top of the leaderboard. A great view looking down the par 5 13th at the Sunrise Golf and Country Club. We're in the last 6 holes, and this is our joint leader, Atha Munoz, with driver in hand. Kate Burton has made her way down to the 13th hole.
There's a fair bit of breeze from the players left. It's a good shot that Atha has taken, aiming it down the left side of the fairway.
Now, she just hasn't quite got it onto that downslope. If you can, it is very helpful because it does run quite a long way. Carlotta Saganda, this is her 3rd shot on this par 5. That could be very, very good if it doesn't take off too quickly. Yeah, excellent, excellent bunker shot.
Now, Suzann will get it down there a long way and get it into the go zone.
Now, Petterson naturally hits a fade off the tee. It's a good shot. It started at the centre, but moving to the right side of the fairway.
That makes it a little bit longer there, Sandy, from that side of the fairway.
It'll be interesting to see what she does as we take an extreme look here at Suzann Petterson. Look how solid she is on the base. She's very, very still. It's just a beautiful golf swing. It's so strong. She keeps it fairly close to herself at the top and then just drops it down on the inside, and she's so powerful through the ball.
We talked about how quick this would be for Carolyn Headwell. It's an eagle putt. And that's not a bad result. She's going to be putting up the slope there for her birdie.
Sun Young Yu, last player on this 13th tee.
Good looking drive from Sun Young Yu. Really quite a fierce breeze coming off the players left. And that's also going to be in a very similar area where Atha and Suzann have hit their drives.
So that's part of the reason, Kate, why those balls are where they are, not so much down the left-hand side with the breeze coming from that direction.
Yes, I'm intrigued to know whether they're going to go for this green in 2, especially where the pin is located. It's going to be a long approach in.
So are we intrigued. We can hardly wait to see what the decision's going to be.
Ahead of the green, Beatrice Riccari has a little problem here because she's failed to come up with a good shot for her 3rd. You see her just marking there, you can take a club length preferred lie. That was caused by a lot of surface water out here on Thursday, so they had to tee the ball up. But what she does have is she's on the high side. As I said, this pin sits down in its own hollow. She's going to have to negotiate. You can see where that light ridge comes through. That's where it does drop down quite a bit. And the angle she's on, she's going to have to take it fairly close to the edge of the green.
I should ask you, because you've been out there striding the fairways, are you surprised that they're still playing it up with no rain since Thursday? What are the condition of the fairways like?
Yeah, I thought they may have taken that off Thursday and just played it normally for the rest of the week. We've had no rain, and I think the course is in just beautiful condition. As a matter of fact, it's in stunning condition.
Yeah.
and dry now, so yeah, it's a shame they're still playing it up.
$2 million to be distributed amongst the players here. Limited field event, no cut made. Still haven't had any word about Jenny's shin. We're chasing that for you to see just what the problem was with Jenny.
Now Beatrice is electing to go with the putter here because obviously she's not keen to give this a little pitch or a little bump and run. That's a good effort. That was well judged. You can see how quick it took off on that bank. So she'll have that for par, Beatrice.
Well, let's move it on back to the 9th. And this is the final hole for the 2011 champion, the inaugural champion here, Yani Seng. There'll be a massive gallery around the 9th waiting to acclaim her. And she's given herself a chance of making a closing birdie in a week that hasn't delivered much, but they just love seeing her in action. Well, here's the answer for Atha.
Just a 4-iron for Atha, not going to go for this green in 2, playing it the conservative way, laying up, opening up the green nicely. Now, Suzann does have one of her hybrids out. She has got 203 yards to the front of the green, but this breeze has literally just picked up, and it's then 17 yards on from there.
Look at Atha again, nice and solid at the top, but then it's the transfer of weight at the bottom, the turn of the hips, the acceleration through the ball. It's just a beautiful controlled swing. You can't see much going wrong with that. And I'm with you, Pete. I don't know how she hasn't done better this year.
Carlotta Saganda has done a very good job with her eagle putt to get it to here. Disaster came for her with that 8 at the 9th. This for a second birdie of the back 9. Well done. She's giving us a glimpse of her talent, the Spaniard. Going to be hearing a lot of her name in years to come, no question about that. Meantime, while all this putting action goes on, Suzann Petterson waits and waits, so I guess we already know what the decision is.
She took a 3-iron out, she took a 3-wood out, she took her hybrid out. She thought about it.
Wow.
But now she's following in the footsteps of Atha, and she's going to lay up alongside Sun Yunyu.
Well, that's exactly what she did yesterday, Kate. She changed her mind with this shot.
She did, and, well, you've got to wonder what her game plan is here. It was a very gutsy shot to play because there was so much wind, because you turn around a corner. This is fine. Just laid up to a decent wedge distance. But she is playing right into the teeth of the breeze. And with the pin being at the front of the green, if you do run all the way back, it's a dastardly pin to get back, you know, close to, with 2 putts to come away with a birdie.
Let's take a look at this great swing. So controlled, good turn, Doesn't quite get it to horizontal. She's only just punching it out there. Nice turn of the hips back onto the left side, and you can see how firm she is. There's no real, you know, letting the club go. It's just when you're trying to play a punch shot like that, just to hang on to it. The club a little firmer, a little stronger through the ball.
Birdie chance for Carolyn Headwell up ahead. And that gets her to -2, so it's not out of the question yet. Now listen for the roar here if this goes in. But listen for the applause anyway, because she is a hero in this part of the world. Not the week she was hoping for at home. And she looks a little bit emotional about the whole thing as well as she goes over to caddy Jason Hamilton.
Yes, I think she will be, Yanni. Par putt here for Beatrice at the 13th. Yeah, it's a good result. The third shot was not one she was looking for, but she got out of it.
So a very interesting tactical hole this is turning out to be, with both Suzann and Atha deciding to play it in the more conservative fashion rather than throwing caution to the ever-present winds. They are locked at 6 under. It is Norway and Spain, but Carolyn Headwell's birdie at 13 has seen her move to within 4, and you wouldn't write her off just yet. There's enough holes and there's enough difficulty in the holes in front of them that she could make a late surge. So is it more than a battle in 2? It's all unfolding in the final round at Sunrise. Suzann's third shot at 13.
87 yards. Is going to come down off a bank if she's got control of it.
Didn't need the bank, Kate. She just went straight at it, checked it up, and that is not too far from the flag.
Many ways to make a birdie. I think Atha's really trying to apply the pressure onto Suzann. She's not the longest player, and she's regularly being outdriven by her. But she's able to hit her shots in first most of the time. And after a while, Suzann seeing Atha's ball continually close to the pin, I think that's what she's trying to do, is to wear her down.
Well, if anyone can wear someone down, it would be Suzann Petterson.
Had a bit of practice of doing that over the years.
Yeah, she certainly has. Sun Young Yu now, +2 on today's round for Sun Young. Just the one birdie on the 6th hole, par 5.
Not much for Sun Young. 84 yards. Oh, breeze is picking up. Where this pin is located, anything slightly right will come off the backboard, hopefully trickle down towards the hole.
Yeah, that's another nice shot. So Sun Young gives herself a chance for birdie as well.
Atha will play her approach in a moment there at 13, but she's seen what she has to do because both of her playing companions have been able to do that. Of course, seeing someone else do it and doing it yourself when your hands are a bit sweaty in the heat of battle can be an entirely different thing. So things are coming down to the 13th, the par 5. Our leaders are there, Suzann Petterson and Atha Haramunoz. Now, just a couple of moments ago, this was Suzann Petterson's approach after playing the hole in the conventional fashion. Was it a wise choice? You know the answer. Brilliant shot, and now Atha needs to reply.
84 yards. Oh, this has got to sit down. That is flying over the pin.
Whoa. Well, she was lucky that it just came back from where it pitched. That could have been even more ugly than it is now, but it's still not going to be too pleasant. And you can see the slope that Atha is going to have to negotiate there. So very much advantage Suzann here.
Yeah, very much so, Pete, because she's on that downhill bank. See the ball there. It is straight downhill. Got a little bit of cut grass to get across there as well. And as it heads on the green towards the flag, it will move left to right towards the water. So there we see, as it stands at the moment, joint leaders Suzann Petterson, Athahara Munoz, -6, but only 4 shots behind Carolyn Hadwell.
Well, who knows, if she can actually get in post to score, maybe pick up a couple of other birdies between here and the clubhouse, and then Atha and Suzann start looking up and finding out what they have to do, it might cause even more heart palpitations.
Yes, as we get around to 15, well, 16, 17, 18, they are your holes that are just disastrous. They can be disastrous, but if you can manage to go through and pick up 1 or 2 birdies through that area, you are going to make more than 1 or 2 shots on the field.
Kate, what do you think the likelihood is that she'll putt this?
Well, talking of heart palpitations, I can't tell you how quick this is. And she is taking the putter out. She's going to have to start it way left. She's literally just got to breathe on it, but it's so important to get it far enough left that it will trickle down towards the hole. If she doesn't, it will just take off straight to the right. She could putt off the green. It's an incredibly difficult shot. I mean, if you look how far her caddy Tim is standing, they're surveying the ground because there is an extreme slope and it's extremely downhill.
And she's got at least 6 feet of fringe to get it through, which will also impact on the pace of the ball. So, all things considered, this is harder than a cat's head.
What's just as important, the most important thing, is the line upon which she's going to start it. And she's literally aiming 15 foot left of the pin. On really what is a relatively short range putt, to aim that far left.
And you can see where they're standing there. They've just picked the point where they think it needs to turn.
Literally at right angles.
And that's basically where she's going to pick that spot, and that's what she's going to aim at, and just let the ball die there. The slope will do the rest.
Well, they were also pointing at that other slope, which is the one that we see between the camera and the pin as well. Well, you need to be a nuclear physicist to work this one out. Heart in your mouth stuff for Atha.
Well, she's looking to play it and get it to go back on itself. Now, come on, come back down towards the hole.
And that is the slope that they were looking at.
And the next one is certainly no picnic. That is fast and straight downhill. A crucial putt for Atha Munoz in this situation.
Well, to bring you up to date, she's putting for par, and Suzann will be putting for birdie in a moment.
14th hole, Beatrice Ricari has found the fairway trap. The pin is just 6 on and 4 from the right. Oh, settle down, because that is not where you want to be. However, out of the bunker, at least she's found the putting surface, but that is going to be a very quick left to right putt.
If you've got any lack of confidence in your putting game, 13 and 14 are going to sort you out if you get yourself in the wrong spot.
Atha is the first to go here. The other two are in much closer for birdie chances. This is for par.
Again, the possibility of a 2-shot swing.
Conditions are beautiful here at the back of the 13th. This putt will be slick. There's a lot of people out here watching this group. They know just how tight it is at the top here. What a tussle between these two players.
Just never came back as much as she thought it might. The pace was very, very good.
You're going to have to keep on holding pressure putt. She held a pressure putt at 9 for par, a pressure putt at 11 for par, not so at 13. So in a moment, Suzann will have the opportunity of getting it out once again to a 2-shot lead as we move ahead to Sayri Pak's birdie opportunity at 15. She's picked up 1 shot today, but it was a whole lot better than that. She was actually 3 under par after 7 holes. Things have wobbled a bit after that, but still very much up there in a tie for 5th. Mina Harrogate, the equal best completed round of the day, a 68, along with Amoria Jutanagan, also a 68. Sun Young rolls in the birdie putt. Now she's 5 back from the lead, and that gets her up into a tie for 4th with Eunhee Ji.
Just 2 rounds today so far, completed in the 60s. Mina Harrogate, 68, as did Moria Jutanagan. Now Suzann Petterson, can she get back to that 2-shot lead?
She's back in that position of power again, and she's got that strut going, that purposeful walk as she heads to the 14th. I've seen that look a few times this week, and most of the time when we've seen it, she's been in front, and here we are again.
14th hole with Carolyn Headwall. Front right pin is, I was going to say, very difficult to get near. She's done it really well. Hard hole this with that short pin. It's easy to leave it just short off the front.
Now, Sayri just saying up around the sternum area that she's feeling some soreness by the look of it, with Mark Wershing, her caddy.
She has had a lot of shoulder injury over the last few years. She was supposed to have had surgery late last year, and just wonder, there seems to be a lot going on there.
Well, she did. I noticed her a few holes ago, Sandy, when she was bending down to pick up the ball. She almost looked as though she might have felt something there. Here's Beatrice Riccari with a slippery one down the slope for birdie at 14. Beautifully judged. Hard to stop it any closer to the hole than that from where she was. So it's going to be a good check for Beatrice, and quite possibly a top 10 finish. Not the victory though. She's too far back, 7 shots back. But another very good week in what has been a very good year.
It has been a good year for her, 2-time winner. She's in the mix a lot of weeks as well.
She finished top 10 at the Evian, top 10 at the Rainwood LPGA, and top 10 at the Siam Derby. 3 weeks on the bounce in recent times. So this just about has to go in, you would think now, for Carolyn Headwall to remain a threat for the title. If this goes in, she remains within 4 of Suzann Petterson. Oh.
Opportunity missed there for Carolyn Headwall, just to close that gap, to give herself a realistic chance.
It's a story of the week, really, for her. And I think that puff of the cheeks probably indicates that she knows that as well.
14th tee for Suzann Petterson, par 4, 358 yards long. Uphill tee shot, bunkers on the right.
Breeze on the right as well. Scuttling on down past that white dot, which is 95 to the front, so she's only got herself about 75 to the front. Bit of potassium loading going on, as Rafael Nadal likes to call them when he calls for them at courtside, the banana.
Banana. Another look at this great swing of Suzann Petterson's. It's so still, it's so controlled, such a huge wind up with the shoulders. Although she doesn't get her club back all that far. Very controlled. Let's take a look at the winner in Malaysia a couple of weeks ago. Lexi Thompson on the 18th. Oh, that's a nice way to finish. That was +4. It's always good to roll a putt in, even if it was for bogey.
Yeah, and that was at the 16th, par 3, the outie hole. So here's Ather. By the way, Lexi is +3 for the day. I've already seen Suzann bomb this down a long way here with her drive at 14.
Also bombing it as well for Ather, slightly left of centre.
Not quite as long as Suzann, but still out there beyond that white dot.
Different swing from Ather. You can see how she gets up on those tiptoes, just trying to give it everything. Got to get it across that hollow you can see in front of her, get it out onto the fairway and get it running. And not quite as stable and controlled as Suzann, but works very well. Beatrice popping that one in for her par at the 14th, so she stays at even par.
And that keeps her in a tie for 6th at the moment with Mina Harrogate, Irene Cho, Sayuri Park, who hopefully will be able to get her way to the clubhouse, but she has got some injury issues out there at present, and Beatrice Riccari in that 4-way tie for 6th. But it's Suzann, courtesy of the birdie at 13, and Ather, courtesy of the bogey at 13. A 2-shot swing, and it's the Norwegian, the defending champion, who is showing them the way towards the clubhouse and perhaps the victory again to follow on from all 4 rounds in the 60s in 2012. It hasn't been the case here this year, but it looks as though she might be heading to the defence of her title. There's still a fair bit to go before Suzann can touch that trophy once again.
Well, look at the crowds. They have not let us down here. They come out in their droves for this event. Love their golf. And very educated crowd too. They, you know, they're not just here for Yanni. They really applaud the good shots, support all the players, and are so enthusiastic.
We've talked a couple of times, Sandy. You and I were in the media conference the other day where Suzann talked about the way she was treated by the crowd last year when she was playing in the last group with Yanni. Now, naturally, they're pulling for the local hero. But Suzann said she was afforded great courtesy by the galleries, and that's something which is a bit of a test in this modern day around the world, because it's different to 20 years ago. Every single person who walks onto the golf course just about has a camera with them.
They have been very good, and you'll notice that you haven't heard very often this week, no cameras please. So they have been very mindful of that. You do see plenty of phones out there, you do see plenty of iPads, all those sorts of things, but as long as the sound is switched off, it's not a bad thing. But yeah, they're really respectful of the golfers, and it's really fun actually being out there on the fairways. There we see how it stands at the moment. Suzann by 2.
Still only 5 players under par. Gee, it's been a tough week.
Well, we've had the wind up all week, and it's just a brute of a golf course when the wind is up. It just makes life terribly difficult, and you've got massively undulating greens and a lot of water around, so there's a lot to contend with out there.
As well as the victory here in Taipei this week, Suzann Petterson is searching to get closer to Inby Park at the top of the Rolex World Rankings. Lydia Ko has announced her decision in a very public format to turn professional, and she will be taking on the women's game over the next few years, the professional game. And it is Inby Park at the top of the rankings. The gap is closing though, and Suzann won't be able to overtake her this week. but she is chipping away. And of course, these Rolex World Rankings too will determine a little bit as to what happens in the International Crown, which is coming up in the middle of next year. And if you add the rankings together, you will come up with the leading nations. And it comes as no surprise that Korea has the lowest of the rankings because they are right up there near the top of the Rolex World Rankings. That event in the middle of the year in Maryland, USA, and it's the first time it's going to be played, and it's going to be a beauty, Sandy. They'll cut off the 8 leading nations at the end of this year, and after the Kia Classic, they'll decide who the players will be for those nations. Can't wait for that one.
Yeah, really exciting format, that, and gosh, the nations will be jostling for position to get in as we watch Atha play her second at 14.
Front pin today, hoping it's going to roll back off that slight backstop. It's on the right plateau.
Yeah, just
fast
didn't move, Kate. She's looking at it anxiously, hoping it would come back, but it just stayed there.
Just saw a little sign of frustration from Atha there too, and we haven't seen much of that today. Now the pressure might be starting to affect her a little bit. Nayeon Choi rolls one in at 16. And that is a birdie 2 for her, and that takes her to +1 for the day, +2 for the week. Suzann about to play her second into 14.
68 yards, just taking it slightly right of the pin, hoping the breeze will bring it nicely towards the pin.
Well, this is what we expected, really. We talked about the fact that she knows what this is all about, and she knows what it's all about in recent times compared to Atha, and it looks as though, Sandy, it's just starting to have an effect.
It's just like she can go to another gear. And all of a sudden, you know, Atha's come at her, and Suzann, she stayed very calm. She's played a lot of good shots. But now all of a sudden, when it really starts mattering, she's stuck 2 in a row right next to the flagstick. And that would be enough to break anybody down.
Yeah, she wears you down, no question about that. It's not done yet, but she's giving every indicator that she's taken it up a gear. We talked about the fact that she's looking for a 5th win of the year. She's had 3 wins on the LPGA Tour, and her other win was the Mission Hills World Ladies Championship in March, where she beat Inby Park by a shot. So she is looking for win number 5. And remember, that was something that she did back in 2007. Sun Young Yu from just off the surface, and she too headed for a big check at day's end. Just one of 5 players under par.
She's still hanging in there, Sun Young, but just not the birdies, just not put herself in the position today where she could do a lot about it. Has got into a little trouble off a few tees, a couple of stray irons, and just hasn't really been able to string anything together. 3 bogeys, 2 birdies for the day for her.
And I guess the one good thing with her, Sandy, is that realistically she can forget about the win now, because that's not going to happen. She can set her sights on 3rd place, which is currently occupied by Carolyn Headwell. Not sure whether Sun Young's a leaderboard watcher as she goes around the course, but she's probably aware of the fact that she's 1 shot out of 3rd at present. And there's a lot of money for 3rd. There's a lot of money for everyone here this week. $2 million to be distributed.
Well, there's actually 8 players within 2 shots of 3rd place. So, you know, they have an awful lot to play for. So you make a couple of birdies at this stage, and it's going to be some serious money. Important part for Atha. She needs a birdie. So close. It was a great roll. Just didn't quite come back. Maybe just a fraction too much pace down the hill. She knows how close Suzann Petterson is to make another birdie on this hole and stretch to 3 ahead.
Sayri Park feeling the effects of an injury. Now watch the way she bends down here. In fact, she's not even going to do it. She'll get worse to pick the ball up out of the hole for it.
She did this last year quite a lot when she was having shoulder trouble. She had to walk away, and Worst just went and picked the ball up for her because she couldn't bend down that far.
Yeah, but Still comes up with a birdie there.
Beware the injured golfer.
Yes, has been said many times
Many
over
times.
the years. And that takes Sayri into red figures as well. So about 8 feet for Sun Young to remain in red figures.
She might have got a little bit of a read from Atha on this putt, but it will be quick. It is downhill.
Good up and down from Sun Young. Stay in the red figures. As you said, Pete, there's only 5 players in the red at this point in time.
And Sayri has just joined them after that birdie at 16. So then a 2-shot lead may become 3, and that is going to be awfully difficult to overcome. Not by any stretch impossible with the stretch of holes they've got in front of them. But this would make life for the Spaniard very tough. Just when you thought she was going to be challenged, birdie for Suzann Petterson, and we've got a buffer again.
It's amazing how quickly that can turn around. And they are 2 spectacular holes she has just played. Very close range birdies. Atha has to just pop this one in now for a par to stay now 3 behind.
And Suzann has done, Sandy, exactly what we were talking about. In this stretch of holes, this is where you can make your score, because it's not likely that Atha's going to be able to peel off birdies at either 16 or 17. They're par holes. And if you have to make birdie when you get there, then it's going to be an exceptionally difficult assignment. Both players are even par for the last 5 this week, and both players are even par for the last 3 this week. That is the 15th hole, the beautiful 15th, with the stream across the middle of the fairway, purely there for decorative purposes, depending on the wind condition, of course, but as the wind prevails now, then that won't bother them. And they take it all the way up into that top right corner, which is a very quiet part of the golf course.
It is a quiet part of the golf course for many reasons. Of course, the spectators can't get there. So you can't get on that right-hand side. And the pit, because there's 2 greens here, they're playing the far one in the far right corner. So it's nearly like you get a little peace and quiet for a moment or two. But Suzann Petterson, well, she won't be hearing anything out there at the moment. She is just, so as they say, in the zone as we speak.
Yanni last year gave her a statue of a dog, and she said it was very lucky. I'm giving this to you. This will bring you luck. I think it's worked. Yanni said yesterday she might ask for it back.
Nice drive from Suzann. Been hitting it well all week, straight down the middle.
It's a very wide open fairway, this. You really should not miss it. Big landing area, but then you come into a green that, unless you're on the right-hand side, sits at a little bit of an angle to you. Pin today on this hole, it is way back 33 paces and in the centre, so it's just 6 from the back edge. Sun Young Yu.
Also good drive from Sun Young, but favouring the right side of the fairway just that little bit more.
Yeah, it's fine, Kate, but didn't get any run at all. Just hitting into the bank on that right-hand side a little bit.
Actually, she may not have much luck getting that statue of the dog back, although Suzann has suggested that if it's going to bring Yanni luck, she might buy her a real dog, because they've been great friends, those two, for a long time, and there's a certain empathy amongst them. I think they know exactly what each other goes through on the golf course.
If she did, she could walk the dog because they're neighbours. They live pretty close to each other back home. Atha, oh, left. It's left, certainly of the fairway. We know it's a wide expanse of land.
Well, down the left-hand side, it's okay, but just makes it coming into that back pin a little more awkward. I just think the token dog is a little easier to travel with.
Probably. Although try telling that to Paula Creamer, because she has travelled with her dog quite a bit on tour. You're either a dog person or you're not. So there's our leader, Suzann Petterson. For most of the week, she has looked the player most likely. And even then, when the challenge came and Atha levelled up, you just sensed that that steely look of determination was not going to leave her face. And she stuck to the game plan, a really important decision she made at 13. That might turn out to be the moment where things turned a bit in this round.
It's incredibly tempting for her to go to 13, have a
Absolutely,
go at 13,
yeah.
but so that was a really good decision. Carolyn Headwell, she's trying to make some impact here. Missed a short putt for birdie on the last. Was never in doubt, that putt. It looked halfway down. It was in.
So she's 5 back. It's unlikely, but Carolyn won't go away. It's Norway, Spain, and perhaps still Sweden, but very much it's looking as though Suzann Petterson may defend. She's just started her 4th last hole, the 15th, that beautiful 15th. And look at the galleries that have come out here to Sunrise to pay credit to their champion in Yanni Singh and pay credit to the other champions, the defending champion, Suzann Petterson. Birdie 13, birdie 14. She leads by 3. Atha needing to stay positive though. It's not done and dusted just yet because we've got a tough stretch of holes. 16 and 17 in particular have been amongst the toughest holes all week. Will it prove to be the case on Sunday? We'll find out in our continuing coverage of the final round of the Sunrise LPGA Taiwan Championship of 2013. Here's Beatrice from all the way up in that back corner at 15. Not coming up with the read that she would have liked with that one. We talked about the amount of money that is to be distributed, $300,000 to the winner. And Beatrice is up in a tie for 6th place at the moment. If you can grab outright 6th place, that's still $68,000. And I'll need to double check the figure, Sandy, but it'll take her very close to, if not over, the $1 million for the year. Beatrice has in fact 977,000, so that would take her well over the $1 million.
And that is nice little number to get past. Carlotta Saganda, this is a bogey putt for her. She was over the back, missed the chip, and this is where it finished. Lost that one, so it's going to be another hole that is going to hurt Carlotta Saganda, which is a shame. She had the 8 on the 9th. She made another bogey on 11. She had one on 3, but she's made plenty of birdies as well today. She's having a good run on the back 9. Birdies on 10, 13 and 14. So it has been very much an up and down day for her.
A bit too much blue, and that will make you feel blue by day's end. Time to check out the moments that have mattered in the last hour of our coverage, and we begin with Carolyn Headwell's 2nd shot at the 10th, continuing to try to hang in there. She went out in even par 36, so something needed to happen quickly, and that was it. Set up a birdie at 10.
To the 12th hole, well, Lexi Thompson had a round that she'd like to forget to this point. There are a number of bogeys on the front, but that was a 12 and oh, so close to being an eagle. Simplest of birdies, though.
When you get yourself a big number on the card, it's hard to fight back. Carlotta Saganda had an 8 at the 9th, but she did answer back and got a birdie immediately at the 10th.
12th hole again, Savory Pack. This was for her 4th birdie of the day. Beautiful putt there from Savory, although we notice that she seems to have some sort of injury issue at the moment.
And Atha was throwing out the challenge. Here she is at the same hole. The pin cut over on the right. And look how close this one went to going in on the fly. And that set up a birdie. And this, as it turns out, was for a share of the lead. And we had two at the top.
So the par 5 13th, we were hoping there'd be loads of excitement, having a go at this green. Suzann decided she would take the safe way. And what a good decision it was. That was for birdie.
And this was the par putt for Ather, who got herself into trouble with her third shot. And it was a two-shot swing. All of a sudden, Suzann had a two-shot lead, and it was about to get bigger.
14th hole for Suzann, coming off that great birdie on 13. She's just changed gears, and look at this. Below the flag, runs it out, perfect position. That was to be back-to-back birdies.
Carolyn Headwell won't go away. Look at this. This was never going anywhere but the bottom of the cup. Radar locked on. Birdie at 15 for the Swede. She's had 3 birdies on the back 9. She's -3, and she has a 2-shot buffer in third spot. Probably too far back to win, but she just won't go away, and neither will Ather.
Time for Ather. Low ball flight, that's running through all the way to the back of the green.
And we can see the golf ball from the high camera.
Carolyn Headwell at the 16th. This back left pin placement here. One of the most exposed holes on the golf course.
Maybe none too thrilled with the yardage there at 16. Suzann, now she's got an opportunity to turn the key even further in the lock.
96 yards for Suzann. Got to get onto that back plateau. Looks good. A little bit of breeze off the left.
How about that? Her approach to 13, her approach to 14, now to 15. She's saying, Ather, if you're going to take this title from me, you are going to have to play the best 5 holes of your life the way she's going.
She did this yesterday, Suzann. Got off to actually a worse start and then just turned it and away she went. So strong to finish. Doing the same again today. But now we'll jump to the 16th. This very difficult par 3, playing 152 yards today. Water carry nearly all the way. Pin 19 on and 8 from the left. Not bad, a little light on there for Beatrice, but it's not a bad place to putt from below the flag.
Breeze in their faces from the right, so getting around to the northeast, maybe east of northeast. We saw Ather go through the green here, and from the high camera we can see her golf ball. Kate, have you had the opportunity of taking a peek at her lie?
Well, it's a fluffy lie, and it's going to be extremely quick once again. Goodness me, she's had to face some difficult shots the last couple of holes. It is fluffy, it's sitting down a fair bit. Not easy at all. It's going to move a little bit from her left to right, but it's just, she's also got that apron to contend with as well. So it's just determining where she wants to land the ball and let it release down towards the hole.
And Kate, I know that we can read things into what we're seeing, but we did mention before that Suzann's battle-hardened attitude this year may play a big factor in what's going on with Ather not having been there. Can you read anything into that from what you're seeing?
Well, as soon as Suzann hits her shot, she is just walking straight up to her second shot. She's not paying any attention to her playing partners. She's being perfectly nice out on the golf course, but she is just so focused and so single-minded. You would think she was playing on her own.
Ather from a fluffy lie.
Oh, that's a really good shot. If it just releases, it is. She was unlucky, just literally a couple of inches more, and that would have been exceptionally good. It's the right idea.
Of course, the problem comes from the 2 shots she played into the green on both 13 and then this hole here at 15. Both from the fairway and just really, really misjudged.
You're really noticing that between these two players, certainly on the last couple of holes where it was very close, it turned into a bit of a match play scenario, that as soon as Suzann had hit her tee shot, she would walk down the centre just to be in Ather's line of sight.
Nothing wrong with a bit of gamesmanship out there.
But the conditions out here are absolutely beautiful. The sun is shining, the breeze, it's strong, but it's not too bad right now.
And Sun Young Kate has done a very good job to hang in there and remain under par with her playing partners, or playing companions, I should say, going head to head in their own battle. And she's done very well just to maintain that red figure on her card.
She certainly has, Pete. She just needs to flip the switch on the back nine and get some putts to drop. This is a very makeable birdie putt. A little bit from her left. Just can't seem to buy a putt when it matters.
On the other hand, Suzann's currency is pretty good at buying putts. I just thought, Sandy, I watch a bit of Formula One racing, and there is a system that the cars have in them now, which is called the KERS system, which stores energy. And the driver can call on it and make the car just go that little bit faster. I wouldn't be surprised if Suzann's got something similar on board, because when she needs it, she seems to be able to push that button.
Well, she's become such an elite machine these days that would not be surprising, Pete. She's just such a confident player and an aggressive player, but also knows how to control it when she needs to. And this is for birdie again.
And for a 4-shot lead where she started the day.
Difficult putt. Moved a little bit more than she thought. Very hard to judge the pace on that.
Well, one thing's for certain, if she makes par at every hole from here on in, as she's just done there, she wins.
Yeah, because I cannot imagine that there would be someone could birdie 16, 17 and 18. That's just an ask that would be nearly bordering on impossible around this course.
We think Suzann's handled the last 3 holes really well this week, and in total she's even par. That's a testament to just how hard and difficult they have been. And Ather has been the same, even par for the last 3.
And she's 3 behind Ather. This needs to go in. If this doesn't go in, you've nearly got to start thinking that a 4-shot lead with just 3 holes to play would be something, and unless Suzann had an absolute disaster, Suzann can nearly start doing the acceptance speech, although that may be just going a little bit too early from me. Well done, Ather. She needed that putt, and relief.
Yeah, and that still gives her a chance, and it also gives her a little buffer over Carolyn Headwell, who's lurking 2 shots behind her in 3rd place. We talked about the spread of money. The difference between 2nd and 3rd is about $50,000. Now, this is what Carolyn Headwell's trying to manufacture here.
Can you believe that? That just shows how difficult that was. She just tried to kill it on the edge. She needed another half a roll to get it to run down. Sayuri Pak is having issues out in the golf course with an injury, but she's continuing on.
Haven't left much room to work with there with the pin at 17 in that back left corner.
-2 on today's round, so yeah, she's climbed all the way up into a tie for 4th.
Now, in contrast from Carolyn, Beatrice is coming up the slope. And this one will come from her right. A little bit more than she thought. Hasn't had a birdie since the 8th hole, Beatrice Riccari, and if she is to claim a few more dollars on the way in, Better start making a few. She is in that tie for 7th with Mina Harrigan, who's in the clubhouse, and Irene Cho. She's had a really good week. Hasn't had much of a year, Irene Cho, but showed her fighting qualities the other day. But it's at the top where the battle really exists. And Suzann Petterson showing every indicator that she is not going to buckle. She leads Atha by 3 in the closing stages in Taipei. Needing to work out the angles like Pythagoras. Carolyn Headwell with her par putt at 16, and this is no snack either.
That's why she would have been so annoyed about not getting the yardage right off that tee. She knew she was past the flag, and it's just a nightmare from there.
There's a fair bit of left to right in this, even though it's only about 7 feet or so. Not as much as she thought.
I thought that would have gone further than that. She had a beautiful pace.
Yeah. So that ends the slim chances of winning. No question about that. The battle is still there, but she's got a 3-shot deficit now to make up on Atha for 2nd place. So increasingly it's looking like the positions are settled, but the wind and the difficult pin placements might have some say in that.
That was a par putt for Sayri, sliding by on the 17th hole, so she is going to drop one. Currently in a tie for 4th with Yoon Hee Ji and Sun Young Yu. So that will take her out of that tie.
So she's tied with 2 players that there's every chance that she inspired them to play golf.
Definitely.
Bring on the clubhouse, says Sayri. 1 to play. It's been a masterful display by the world number 2. 32-year-old from Norway, Suzann Petterson, getting closer to defending her title in Chinese Taipei at the Sunrise LPGA Taiwan Championship. Great to have your company right around the world for this wonderful event in its 3rd year. Peter Donegan and Sandy McKenzie in the commentary box. Kate Burton out on the fairways with Suzann. And Kate standing on a very windy 16th tee, but I guess you've become used to that over the past few days.
Yes, we certainly have. Players are sizing up what's before them in this hole. 133 yards to the front, 19 further onto the pin, so 152 yards. But that pretty much goes out the window because they normally hit their 9-irons or 8-irons sometimes that distance. So they're looking in the region of a 6-iron, but players really having to size up their opportunities here.
About 152 yards away from you, Beatrice Riccari is about to make a bogey. And she was looking for that one to come a little bit more from the left, so everyone's been fooled by that in the last couple of minutes.
So Beatrice finding herself moving down this leaderboard. 1 over on the back 9. She went out in 35 with 3 birdies, a couple of bogeys there, dropped one at the 11th, and now she's going to drop one at 16.
And that takes her down now into a tie for 9th with MJ Her, Mi Jung Her. Everything worth a lot of money at this stage, and so is this, and so it should be, because it is simply magnificent. It is the Audi A6. And the last chance for the players to pick up this piece of luxury, style, safety and comfort, which has been ferrying the players around the city of Taipei this week. It is a magnificent motor vehicle, and we're very appreciative of the support that Audi has shown this tournament over the 3 years of its existence. The win is beckoning, and perhaps A 1 here would just be the icing on a very sweet cake.
That's a pretty tall order. The wind has certainly picked up. It is gusting now. 152 yards. Going to have to play a low punch shot. Got to fly it straight over that little bunker that protects the front of this green.
And if possible, don't be above the hole. It's playing second only to 17. There's been 10 birdies here at 16 today, so compared to 17, it's positively easy. Because at 17, there's been 3 all day, and it's downwind.
Yes, it is certainly the most difficult stretch of the golf course, 16, 17, and then into 18. Suzann just having a change of heart there, Kate.
She is. I mean, it looks such an innocuous hole from the tee, but when you throw this wind in, which, wow, is seriously picking up now, consulting with her caddy, Brian DeLeed, just what club to hit. Got to keep it low under the breeze.
Well, she makes a par here, and she makes a par at 17. She wins. No question about that.
Leaked it to the right of this green. We've got to get back. Oh, good. Well, she's on the dance floor, but my goodness me, the music's a long way away, and it's down a slope as well, and that hasn't stopped moving.
It's coming back, Kate, down to the front of the green and possibly off. It's going to do that. A little hesitation in Suzann on that hole with the wind howling as it did. Obviously not comfortable over the shot. Not sure which shot she really wanted to play.
No, she was going with a low punch and just trying to keep it low underneath the wind, but it faded that little bit more. Now, Sunyan has hit 6-iron here all 3 days. And it really, on a normal day, they would most probably hit a 9-iron. Today, they are hitting anything from a 5 to a 6-iron.
She's not sure either. So Adam's going to be called into consultation.
Yep, help Adam.
Maybe the kind people from Audi might reconsider. If anyone gets it within 6 feet, I reckon they deserve a car here.
I think you're right, Pete. You can't appreciate, well, you can hear the wind, but you can't appreciate how strong that is straight into your face on this hole. And, you know, you get the club wrong here, you're in trouble.
Well, she's chosen the 6-iron. Right, and it's starting right of the pin towards the center of the green. Got to get back.
Again, just a little light on, not to. If she could have got it just up on that slope, it would have fed to the left then. But and that shows what a fine line it is to get the, you know, to be able to work the ball near the pin using the slopes here.
Well, Atha fully aware that she is running out of holes, so she knows that Suzann's a long way away here, so she can't be anything but aggressive. But that is easier said than done, Kate.
So difficult. 5-iron for Atha. One more club. The wind has picked up. It's coming a little bit from the player's right as well. It's a serious examination of her nerve. Oh, she's going right on line. This is the tiger line if it's enough to get there.
No. And that's going to make it even more difficult.
Sounded a little heavy, Kate. And just took a little sting off that ball. Wind would have caught it then. And you've nearly got to think, unless she could hold this bunker shot.
Well, Suzann's in 3-putt territory, but then again, Atha's no certainty to make her par. So even if Atha did make her par and Suzann 3-putted, the gap would only go back to 2. You've got 17 and 18 to come, so it's still a very difficult assignment. But as we keep on saying, it's not in the book just yet.
Well, once they turn the corner and head back up 17, they've got a nice big tailwind Oh, Carolyn just putting that down the right-hand side, and we can see it, so usually that's a good sign. Although the pin today, well, she's actually got plenty of room because it's over on the left-hand side.
Beatrice, not as long as Carolyn off the tee, but always very accurate. Gee, she got a good bounce there. And with the breeze behind, that has scuttled on down a long way.
Run like a scolded cat, that, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Still got the very good kick off one of the banks.
Isn't that a great view to see the people lining from most of the way from the tee down where the Audi A6 is, up around the green. Been very well supported again. We were never going to get the crowds that we got in the original year here again, although we came close last year. We had very good crowds last year, but we've often referred to that first year as something that we haven't seen the likes of, Sandy. It was around 25,000 people they got through the gate on the final day. It was just the most extraordinary spectacle. And
the players, they were getting down to the first tee just going, wow.
Yeah.
It was extraordinary. You could not move. And what I couldn't get over was the constant run of buses carrying them. There was something like 300 bus loads or something, big touring coaches starting from early in the morning till 3 o'clock in the afternoon, constantly coming up the mountain.
So Suzann, knowing that she's got a bit of a cushion here, but she's still very much in three-putt territory.
She certainly is, because this is a terribly difficult putt. After about 15 foot, there's a big ridge that will come into play that will move her ball considerably right to left. She's got to keep it high enough to get it towards that back pin.
That's outstanding.
The difficulty there is the way there's that back right quarter, and she's had to bring that right up one side and swing it around and down the other, right on the corner there, and gee, that's a hard thing to judge.
Not stone dead, but nearly.
Beatrice Ricari's second shot into 17. A couple of birdies won't hurt Beatrice, but these aren't the holes to be trying to find them on. Downwind, you've got to get it all the way back, but then it's easy to do that, and then you've got very little room. And Beatrice won't be quite sure where she's finished there. A bit hard to see up that hill.
So then the first part of the equation has come for Suzann, but look at Atha here. Well, talk about the golfing gods being against you, Kate. This is just dreadful luck.
Well, this is horrible because, as you can, as this, you know, good illustration here, her ball is all the way at the back of the bunker, so she's going to have to pick the club face up very quickly indeed to avoid that slight lip behind her. And then she's got to get the ball up because there's a fair lip in front of her as well. The only consolation is she's got a little bit of green to work with. But, wow, it's going to be a serious test of her short game.
Has she got enough room to squeeze the club in there? That was always the question.
And that might just be game over.
Well, it might be game on for Carolyn Headwall.
Let's take a look. She's got so little room there to try and jam it down and get it under. You see she caught the grass, got it way too heavy. Just such a tough job, you know, to be able to try and get that up and over the lip. And that was always going to be on the cards that that could happen. The other option would have been to hit it skinny and send it sailing possibly over the other side, which would also be just another nightmare.
So effectively you would think this has taken the win out of the equation, but she's just got to grit her teeth because second is still in the balance. She's made a very good fist of that. So a 4, about the best she could have hoped for after she walked up, and her heart must have sunk when she saw the lie in the trap there.
From the right rough, Carolyn Headwall, second shot into the 17th, the pin today, 26 on. It's on the left-hand side. She's got plenty of room. It needs to go. Now it needs to stay. I think it's gone far enough.
Yeah, well, if it had have gone 1 foot further, it would have caught that ridge that Suzann was talking about with the pin placement yesterday.
Up and over.
Yeah. So the battle for second still alive. Sun Young, coming from this little bowl down the front right-hand corner, has seen what Suzann has been able to do from a fairly similar spot.
And it is a fairly similar spot, so she would have got a good read off Suzann's putt. It's a putt of about 40 feet. Long way.
Oh, just as well it hit the hole.
Well, the line was good. However.
Yes. Someone get out there and hammer that hole back into shape.
Still at -1, Sun Young.
Let's go all the way ahead to 18. Lexi Thompson, hopefully, might close out for a birdie at the last. The 18-year-old who was so brilliant in winning the Sime Derby LPGA Malaysia a couple of weeks ago. And it's going to be a par at the last for Lexi, so that'll be a 2 over par round of 74. She'll finish at +4 and in a tie for 19th as it stands at present with Mika Miyazato. But we are going to be hearing a lot of that young lady's name for decades to come.
Oh, we certainly will. And, what a player she is. Now, Sun Young, after being a tad aggressive from long range, this is for par. And she doesn't want to drop one here. She's, oh, she leaves that tie for 4th with Yoon Hee Ji and drops down into a tie for 5th with 3 other players.
Well, how do you work that one out? Carolyn and Beatrice missed to the top side because it didn't turn as much left to right as they thought, and that one misses on the other side because it turned more than she thought.
There's a lot of things on this golf course that are a bit difficult to work out.
And in this game. Never been easy.
It certainly has not. Well, par putt for Suzann after a very good long-range putt to here.
So that means she's going to be 4 in front, where she started the day with 2 holes to play. What a display it's been.
And it's a very confident stride of a winner, isn't it?
Yeah. And she'll be, I think she'll be really tired by tonight, not only from the physical exertion. Her concentration has been so intense over the last 4 days that she will know that she's played a tournament by tonight. Drop shot for Atha. So she's got 2 shots to play with on Carolyn Headwell. But Carolyn Headwell, remember, has a birdie putt coming up at 17. So she's in a different battle now.
Final hole for Nayeon Choi. This is for bogey. We see Nayeon, it is 74 for her today. So she's down in a tie for 12th.
And she's in that tie with several people. Moria Jutanagan, one of them, who fired the round of the day, the equal round of the day, a 4 under par round of 68, which was equaled by Mina Harrogate, who's got herself up into a tie for 5th. But it looks as though the victory is Suzann's for the first time in her career. She is going to defend an LPGA Championship event, and she leads by 4 at the moment. But while she's been simply spectacular, it's been a day where some of the others have found the pressure a little bit too much to bear at times. Suzann, 4 in front, 2 to play.
All those people on the golf course will be moving around to this pretty spectacular site very shortly on 18. But Beatrice Ricari from off the green on 17. This for birdie. might have moved in a bit of a direction off the fringe there that Beatrice didn't quite expect. But that should be close enough for par.
And that was just a couple of moments ago. Now Carolyn Headwell, if she's going to finish second, this needs to fall. 2 shots back of Atha. So quick from where she was. And even though the circumstance dictates that you have to be really aggressive with it, it's one of those putts where you just can't really charge at it. So she remains -2 for the day.
Well, our leading 4 players, Suzann Petterson, Atha Munoz, Carolyn Headwell and Yoon Hee Ji, are all -2 for the day. So they haven't moved from the position they started in. Mina Harrogate was the biggest mover in that lot. She had 68 today and moved herself up into a tie for 5th at even par.
And Moria Jutanagan, as we mentioned, with the equal best round of the day. And there she is up into a tie for 12th after shooting a 4 under par round of 68. Of the other players there, Candy Kung had a 71 today. Chella Choi had a 71 as well. Paula Creamer and Anna Nordquist, even par rounds of 72. What a week it's been for Suzann Petterson. Always hard to win, and sometimes they say it's even harder to defend. But she's made it look routine at times today. But there have also been times when she's been challenged, and it's happened a couple of times this week that she's been able to find the answer. 2 holes to play. Suzann leads by 4.
Once again, a commanding drive from the world number 2. Rifling down the fairway, the breeze helping.
Go to the 18th hole. Yoon Hee Ji, this is her 4th shot. She's made a good move today, couple under on today's round. She's going to have that length putt for par to stay there. Currently on her own in 4th place.
Difference between 4th and 5th is $20,000. So there's a lot of dollars up for grabs with these closing shots. Atha.
Very much a tail breeze helping these drives. Atha. Nicely played.
Scuttling on by Suzann's ball and got her covered by about 10 yards. Looks as though she's having a good time.
Birdie putt for Sabri on the 18th. 1 under on today's round, and that is where she will stay. Moved herself up into that tie for 5th with Mina Harrogate, Irene Cho and Sun Young Yu. It's a good job. Looked like Sabri was suffering a bit of an injury out there today. I think it's been a bit of a struggle, but if she has, 71's a good score.
And that's going to be 3 top 10s from her last 4 starts. So a very productive end to the year for Sabri, who was in 36th place on the money list going into this, with $370,000, but it's not about the money for her.
This will be a good result for Yoon Hee Ji. Won the US Open, as we keep telling you, 2009, and then it all went off the boil for quite some time when she made some swing changes, starting to play herself back into a bit of form.
Hasn't had a top 10 this year until now.
We've seen some good rounds over the last couple of weeks, but
Yeah.
that is a good tournament for her, and she's ecstatic.
Well, she shot 66 in the first round. The Sime Darby LPGA Malaysia finished in a tie for 32nd there, but she's kept it going. Final hole for Carolyn Headwell. Can she challenge for second? Just have the ball below her feet there with her second shot.
Here we are back on the 17th hole with our leading group. You can see the wind is blowing as it's done all week. It's right behind them up this 17th.
It's helping me walk up the fairway a bit quicker, that's for sure.
It makes it easier, Kate, doesn't it?
Certainly does.
The problem, Kate, here is more the green. You've got that ridge runs through the centre. It's severely uphill to the ridge and then severely downhill on the other side.
Yes, I haven't actually seen the exact pin location, but I hope it's not similar to how it was yesterday, which was incredibly difficult. Suzann Petterson wasn't happy after 3 putting. But, whoa, sorry, nearly lost my yardage chart then. Suzann has 136 yards. She cannot see the base of the pin. It's an elevated green, and the wind really is howling right now. She could throw it there. It's, you know, the wind is helping so much.
Well, she spoke the other day about her destiny in golf over the next few years, and those Olympic rings might have some say in what she is doing, because she talked about dedicating herself to a family in time to come, but the lure of Rio in 2016 would be very large in Suzann Petterson's thoughts, you would think.
Yes, well, she mentioned that she was only thinking of her golf to the Olympics, and after that, she doesn't know what her plans are going to be.
So 136 yards, a wedge. Pitching wedge for Petterson. It's got to get back there.
That's all she had to do, and she's got it onto the right level. That's better than good. Under the circumstances, that is just what she wanted.
That's all you wanted. Anything in that area was a very, very good shot. See the transfer of weight, how strong she comes through that ball. Love those slow-mos.
Yeah, tremendous illustration of the contact that is made with the ball and also the golf swing. It's been great to have that as part of our coverage and this swing that we've done here in Asia with IMG Productions over the past few weeks.
Well, Ather is probably well aware that winning possibly at this point is just not nearly a possibility. Suzann's 4 ahead, just stuck it in on a nice level there on 17, which is the hardest hole on the golf course. It's the hardest pin to try and access, and now she is 2 shots ahead of Carolyn Headwall for this fight for 2nd and 3rd place.
She has 130 yards with a 9-iron, and she does seem a little bit more resigned to defeat in these last couple of holes, certainly after the last hole.
317 players have gone through this hole so far this week, and they've made 17 birdies.
You look at this go now. It looks good coming up over the ridge, but if it's got any pace on it, it is just not going to be able to stop because it's downhill, straight over the top and off the back of the green. She's not the only one who's been there today.
Now ahead at the 18th fairway, and Beatrice Riccari just taking it down the left-hand side, so she's going to have the ball below her feet. But we've often said that they've got the perfect aiming point here, Sandy, outside the clubhouse. That big light tower, it just seems to be a beacon for the players.
It certainly is. You can see the bunker that Beatrice has got there in front of her. And she's just going to play it down to an area that is just a nice wedge in. Short wedge, the pin all the way back today on 18, 25 on, 8 from the right-hand side. So with this howling wind, it's just a definite 3-shotter, and there's certainly no room for sort of heroics here. Let's just try and place it down there, put in a good wedge, and hope you make the putt. So she can advance that sort of 150, 160 yards. It'll be in a pretty good spot.
And then the breeze, when they make the turn, should be coming into their faces from left to right with their 3rd shots in at 18. Beatrice looking for a birdie to elevate herself up into a tie for 5th. Carolyn Headwell looking for a birdie to keep alive her hopes of finishing 2nd. She's going to need it by the look of things, because you'd almost certainly give Ather a par at worst from where she is at 17. I've talked a number of times about the talent of this young lady. She did something in the Solheim Cup which was quite remarkable this year. And putter hasn't been the club of choice this week. She only had been able to get it working, she would have been very much up there in the fight.
You can see by the amount of divots, that's an area that's had a huge workout today.
Now all the way at the back of 17, Sun Young Yu's 3rd shot.
Pretty special, wasn't it?
Very clever. She's got a very good short game, Sun Young Yu. We talk about players who don't win as much as you would expect them to win. Sun Young this year has only had 2 top 10s. One of them in a major, tied for 5th in the Wegmans LPGA and tied for 10th at the Rainwood a few weeks ago.
Well, let's have a look at Carlotta Saganda finishing out, heading down this 18th, and she has certainly entertained this week. It has been a very big roller coaster, but she is such a talented player, sometimes a little erratic. And that'll be tough coming out of that far rough there with a wedge.
Well, this would be party time if this goes in. 4 shots clear, so the victory within her grasp. But she can make it a celebration by birdieing the 71st hole.
She might have thought that had a little bit more break, because we know it's downhill from that slope in the green. And then, of course, clicking the fingers, just wanting it to stop because she just wants it stone dead. She only needs a par. Doesn't want anything silly to happen at these later stages.
Meantime, if Ather can get this in, then 2nd place is almost certainly hers. All she has to do is keep the golf ball dry at the last hole and she'll finish 2nd. Chances are she probably will anyway. But this to just make it a little bit more certain. It's been a wonderful final day charge from the Spaniard. As we said, not the best of years for her as well. But when you see her play like this, it's hard to understand why. So she is going to be 2 shots clear coming up the last. And Carolyn Headwell's making her way up the last, needing to get a birdie and hoping things don't go well for Ather, but she deserves better than that. And by the look of things, she should be able to cement 2nd place, $185,000. And that would not be far off doubling what she has earned so far this year, $249,000.
Also, it's a really good effort, because this will be her second place finish in this event in 3 years. And this is one tough golf course.
And the other finish here was tied for 8th. So that's 3 top 10s in the 3 stagings.
She'd like to play here every week, wouldn't she?
Suzann makes sure that it's a 4-shot lead coming down the last. So all she has to do is keep the golf ball dry up 18.
She's looking a little steely-eyed there, but I can see the smile on Brian's face as she hold that one.
Yeah, and Suzann would have been saying, not yet, Brian, not yet. Wait until the last putt drops, and that's not far away from happening. And when it does, Suzann Petterson is going to defend in Taipei. 4 shots her advantage as she comes up the final hole, and Ather's got a 2-shot buffer over Carolyn Headwell, who is making her way up 18, about to complete her round. The last right's coming up from Chinese Taipei in a moment. Beatrice with her third shot from down at the corner, doing a right-hand turn at 18. Such a good player with this club in her hand normally. That one not bad, but she's still got the incline to come up. Outside chance at a birdie to get into a tie for fifth, but a big shot here for Carolyn Headwell.
Yeah, very, very important, this one, because if she's got any chance to close in on Atha, she needs birdie here on 18. She's currently 2 behind. Well, it's on the green, but it's not really what a realistic birdie chance. I mean, it is makeable, but she'd like it a lot closer than that. So she nearly needs Atha to make a mistake down 8. Look at the people trying to get a glimpse of our leading group.
Yeah, well, they need all the 546 yards of the 18th, but they're not all going to be able to get through. They're just going to have to listen for the sound of the ball before they can make their way through. Meantime, up ahead, Carlotta Saganda, who made a slight miscalculation with her second shot, and now she has to come out of the rough here, which increases the degree of difficulty. Been a tough day for the Spaniard. She's 5 over par for the day, and that's not a bad way to finish, but it rolls on by because she couldn't get any check on it.
Now that's the problem, coming out of the rough, very difficult to control.
Please welcome on the 18th green,
I made you jump out of your seat, Pete.
Sorry, I can't hear you, Sandy. Last event of the year in 2013 is not that far away now. The CME Group title holders. These were the qualifiers from the Asian swing early in the year at the Honda LPGA and the HSBC Women's Champions. And then the later Asian swing, the Rainwood LPGA Classic in Beijing, going back a few short weeks ago. Then we went to Malaysia. The tour rolled on to Korea. And by the look of it, it is going to be Atha Munoz who will get through, along with Mina Haragay and Mi Jung-He. They will be the qualifiers for the CME Group title holders coming out this week. But now, the champion in waiting, tee shot at the 72nd hole, Suzann Petterson, leader by 4.
Having a little anxious look. I don't know why. Nice shot from Suzann. She only just needs to make a nice safe par.
I wonder if we'll see a glimpse of the smile as she comes up and gets the applause from the crowd as she walks to the 18th green, or whether she's going to leave it until that very last moment.
I think with 4 shots, she's got to be able to afford one somewhere. Atha's tee shot. Just wants to keep this nice and solid down this hole. She only needs par.
Well, she can probably afford a bogey.
Yeah, a bogey. Well, Carolyn hasn't putted yet, so probably can afford a bogey to keep second place. It's been a really good challenge from her today. She just faltered on 13 and 16, and of course, as we know, Suzann put in back-to-back birdies in that area, and it was a 4-shot swing, but good job by Atha today.
She deserves second place with what she's done today.
Definitely. It's and she's been aggressive. I mean, she's really gone for it. Just beautiful shot making, very controlled, very relaxed, but just that little hiccup. Oh, hang on, we've got a smile now, Pete. Here we go.
The pressure's starting to come off. Pressure still on Carolyn Headwell. So an outside chance of a closing birdie. All in all, it's going to finish as a very productive week. By the look of things, they're going to be presenting her with a check for $134,320. And that's always something that will keep your bank manager very happy, to add to the $606,000 that she's earned already this year.
Been a very, very good year for Carolyn Headwell. Not only on tour, but that outstanding performance in the Solheim Cup, where she went 5-0. The only person to go through that series undefeated ever. And you know, she will look back on this year and think, I did well. And it's only a matter of time before she wins.
No doubt about that. She's got the length. So Suzann just can't wait for it all to be over now. But these are also the moments that you can soak up. So she just gets it down to the corner and then she can enjoy the walk up to the 18th green after she's played her third shot. Just what you wanted.
Yes, it really is just plotting her way down this hole. She doesn't have to do anything spectacular. She's playing with such great control, but very comfortably done for Suzann Petterson. Beatrice Riccari finishing out +1 on today's round. And best now for Beatrice. That's going to be a round of 73. A little bit of work in that one, but I think she's going to go ahead. No, she's going to wait.
Be another top 10 for her.
A very good season, and of course, as we said before, takes her over the $1 million mark this year. And of course, a win here today takes Suzann Petterson well and truly over the $2 million mark. And
only the second time that's ever been done by two players on the LPGA. Learning experience today for the young Spaniard. We talked about at the start of our telecast that she was the youngest of the players in contention. Carlota Ciganda.
It's a tough day when you've had a triple, which was the 8 on the 9th, and then a double on the 15th. That soon puts a stop to your day. She'll be relieved she's just that far from finishing.
23 years of age. Her rookie year was last year, but this is really her first full year on the tour. And she's been able to come up with a second place at the North Texas LPGA shootout and tie for 6th in Australia at the start of the year. Anyway, back to that in a moment. First of all, Atha from the rough, and the ball sitting down here at 18. Just having to dig it out, advance it as far as she can. And she's done that with enough surety that you would think second place should be hers. And that's part of the reason for that wonderful smile.
You just, we'll come back to Atha in a moment. For par for Carolyn Headwall. Well done to Carolyn Headwall. Good tournament. She finishes at -2. It was a good round of 70 today, and well, she's certainly entertained. Left a lot out on the golf course this week when it came to putting, but that was a very, very good performance.
And at just 24 years of age, she's got the world at her feet. Beatrice, not much older than that, but seems as though she's been around for quite a while now. What a productive year she's had. This for a closing par and a round of 73. Went for a helicopter ride in Malaysia a couple of weeks ago. No matching heights, unfortunately, for Beatrice this week.
Carlota Ciganda, you see there finishing in at +3. You can see where she dropped those 5 shots on 2 holes, but well done. She'll learn from it.
So a tough day for the 23-year-old, but it's going to be the 32-year-old Suzann Petterson who will be acclaimed as the champion very shortly, and more than likely Atha will be acclaimed as the runner-up. We'll find out what transpires when we return to Sunrise. Good crowds assembling underneath the clubhouse and in that grandstand facility. Not quite the chaotic scenes that we saw a couple of years ago when Yanni was coming up here and every single possible vantage point was taken, including a few, I think, on top of the clubhouse with people trying to take it all in.
It was actually amazing. You literally couldn't move. You could not get back to the clubhouse from the course if you wanted to. It was, they were everywhere. It was just jam-packed wall to wall. But still the crowds have come out. They were brilliant last year. They've been really, really very good again this year. We saw them pouring up the mountain this morning, and they've been out there in big, big numbers today. And you know, I had the chance to walk around those holes with the final group, and lots of people have thoroughly enjoyed watching the best female players in the world.
I'm not sure whether it's been officially decided as to whether we return here or not, but even if we don't, we've had a wonderful time at this course over 3 years, and it's been a really challenging golf course, and it's one of those courses that has a lovely variety of holes, very different holes, from 90-degree dog legs to short holes into the wind to the mountainous par fives that we see. It's a great test.
And it's a massive test, and when it sits high on a mountain, as it does, you are open to the elements, and notoriously the wind blows here. So we certainly had our fair share of it this week.
Suzann Petterson already has her name inscribed on that trophy, and it's about to happen for a second time, along with the $300,000 that goes with the win. And here she is. Can she finish off this command performance in emphatic fashion? Third shot at the final hole for the champion in waiting.
Got it all the way to the back, Suzann, and that's fine. She probably wouldn't like it very much if she was under the pump, but anything there was, it's good. Atha, her third shot, 4 behind, but 2 in front of Carolyn Headwall. Now coming up a little shy there. Leaves herself a long way away, but she does have a buffer here to maintain that second place. She only has to make a 6 to finish second outright.
So 3 to play with from where she is. Sun Young Yu can elevate herself up into a tie for 4th if she can somehow manufacture a birdie here. 5th place outright is 83,000, so a tie for 5th and a 4-way tie for 5th would drop it down probably to the mid-70s. But if she can get it up into the tie for 4th, then all of a sudden the prize money gets up there to be above 90,000. So there's a few dollars riding on this shot.
She gets on with it, Sun Young, once she picks the club out. She's coming up fraction shy there. She was very much indecisive as to which club she wanted to play, but gives herself a chance.
We've got to like the fact that she gets on with it as well, and that saves time out on the course. They've been out there now for 5 hours and 20 minutes, and now's the walk that all the golfers look forward to at the 72nd hole. The completion of a long, hard week, and getting towards the completion of a long, hard year. And we talked at the start of our coverage about the targets that the golfers set for themselves. Well, Suzann is going to equal her career best of 5 wins in a year, and she's still got 3 tournaments possible where she can exceed that number. She's been calm and composed at times. She's been resolute all the time, and for much of the week it looked as though she was going to be striding to victory, and so it turns out.
Down to this, it will be Atha from off the edge will be first to go. She deserves to be outright second, Atha. She really did throw down the gauntlet early today. She chased, she made some really good birdies. And then it just all had a little bit of a hiccup in the early stages of the back nine. Hey, while we've got a chance, it's tough going out there. The wind has been howling. This is a big walking golf course, but I got to say, to all our camera guys and the crew out there, and especially our rovers who are running with cameras, and girls, we've got some ladies on the cameras and the whole crew, it is tough going out there, and they have done an extraordinary job. So well done, team.
Yeah, they have done a great job over the 3 events that we've had the pleasure of covering, the Rainwood LPGA in Beijing, Siam Derby LPGA Malaysia, and now here in Chinese Taipei. And we hope you've enjoyed watching the pictures wherever you are around the world on what has been a spectacular day. A test, as always, with the wind up on this final day. So she's got 3 to play with, Atha, for second spot. And it'll certainly be second now.
Good result for Atha. Plays so well. Her record at this tournament is very, very good. 2 seconds and a tied for 8th. It's only been going for 3 years, so she'd love to take this golf course home with her. But she deserves to be in the position she's in this week. But she has played so well, and just the coolness that she showed earlier today and the chase that she put on it made it a lot of fun.
Yeah, and it looked as though she was actually having fun as well, which is also another good thing to see. There's the steely determination of Suzann, whose business-like manner dictates that it's only at the 72nd hole that she'll give us a glimpse of that smile. She's about to break into a very broad one, and if this drops, well, it would just be the exclamation point on a wonderful week. What a way to finish. For the first time in her career, Suzann Petterson defends an LPGA championship, and she does it magnificently. That was fitting.
Now she's smiling. It has been just, have a look at this. This is her reaction. It has been an extraordinary performance by Suzann. She's left a lot on the golf course the last 2 or 3 events here in Asia. She said, I'm ready to win. I know I'm playing great. And she was just superb.
So the margin of victory is going to be 5 shots in all likelihood. Sun Young Yu can't elevate herself up into a tie for 4th. And she's got that distance remaining to make sure that she remains in a tie for 5th. Well, normally the champion is last to putt out, but when you can putt that well, we don't mind that tradition is broken.
That was just a stunning way to finish out. Very difficult hole, this 18th. And she has really shown a dominance this week on this golf course. And it has taken a few casualties along the way. This very difficult layout. The wind has been howling, and she has just handled everything brilliantly.
And that means that she has shot 3 rounds in the 60s this week to win. That is extraordinary in the conditions we've seen. For par at the last, Sun Young Yu. Oh, that is a very expensive miss. And unfortunately, that drops her out of a tie for 5th and takes her all the way down to a tie for 8th. 75 to close. But congratulations to the champion. And so it should be. And we often forget the runner-up once we get to all of the presentations and everything that goes on after the last putt drops. Let's not forget the runner-up this time.
Definitely not. fabulous performance by Atha. She has, well, she gave us a thrill out there today. She made a lot of birdies early, put a lot of great irons in close, got to even as a joint leader, and then we just had a couple of little hiccups, but she has been brilliant.
That is more like the Atha that we're used to seeing. It's been a tough and trying year for the Spaniard, but she finishes second. She loves this place. A second time that she has finished second. Here we go. Here's the tradition.
Atha was going over to give her a hug and saw these running out and decided, no, I'm not going anywhere near them.
And I don't think they've gone for the bubbly stuff yet. It's more the amber fluid. Michelle Wee and Anna Nordquist getting out there and saying, well done, you were brilliant. And so she was. Before she can enjoy one of those, just sign the card first, and she will sign for a 3 under par round of 69. What an appropriate way to finish. Suzann Petterson defends and gets a shower for the second year running, and that's a shower that you don't mind getting every single time you tee it up.
各位球迷朋友，大家好！我们的颁奖典礼即将在15分钟之后在18洞的柏林举行，欢迎各位球迷朋友继续留在现场。
She has been truly spectacular this week.
68, 69, 73, 69 in the toughest of conditions. Simply superb. 5th win for the year, 4th on the LPGA Tour, and the margin of victory got all the way out to 5 at the end. And for a lot of this week, that's the margin that we thought it might be.
Well, you wouldn't have known that at the 12th hole they were tied at -6. It was just Suzann put the foot down and away she went. Atha faltered a little bit, but well done, Suzann Petterson.
And the trophy will be presented to our champion in a moment. Suzann Petterson wins for the second time in Chinese Taipei. Presentation not far away, and the little matter of $300,000 to go along with it, which will take Suzann's earnings up to $2,241,847 this year.
That is a nice figure in anybody's book, and she has thoroughly deserved it. Let's have a look where some of the others finished today. Beatrice Riccari +1 in that top 10, so it's a top 10 finish for her and Sun Young Yu. Shame how Sun Young just had a little hiccup on the green there at 18, dropped her down a little bit further. A couple of good rounds. Alison Walsh came back today with a round of 70, and Michelle Wee at 71 today.
And of those players, it was only Hee Won Han who was able to break par. Not a great week for the Japanese superstar, Ai Miyazato. Catherine Holkirk, who was up there at halfway. Tough weekend for the Australian, and great to have Julie Inkster back at the golf, shooting a 7 over par total.
And then we see some players who struggled a little bit by today's scores with the wind. It has been howling around this golf course. Belen Motho there, Lindsay Wright of Australia, everybody was in the plus figures. Good round by Yani Seng, even par, even though she shot herself out of it in the early stages of this tournament.
Got the feeling she had a point to prove today with the big galleries coming out and playing in front of her home crowd. Well done, Yani, with an even par round of 72 to close. What a great way to finish. And just listen to the roar. Just so appropriate that Suzann should close it out that way. A final round of 69, her 3rd round in the 60s on a golf course That was a real test because of the weather conditions this week. And her final margin of victory, 5 shots over Athahara Munoz. Carolyn Headwell in 3rd place. But what a remarkable day it has been for Suzann Petterson. And let's look back at the day, Sandy. If she was to defend her title, it was imperative she got off to a good start. She didn't do that on Saturday, but she was able to manufacture an early birdie here at the 2nd, and that must have been such a confidence boost for her and a blow for her rivals as well.
Yeah, an early birdie was certainly what she needed just to make everybody pay attention. She wasn't going to falter at all, and that's of course the hole. She had the hole-in-one on the other day as well.
But the way this golf course is, there were inevitably going to be moments where she was challenged, and the first of them came with this putt. And it just showed perhaps a little sign of vulnerability there at the 4th, but it didn't take long for her to get it back.
No, it gave them a little glimmer of hope, and then, but this is the key. Look how close she's hitting her irons, and that is just the most spectacular part of her game.
And then on the 9th too, there was a challenge because it was a bogey, and Atha was able to make her putt for par. But I think that this is quite possibly the pivotal moment of the last round, where she decided to play a 2nd shot to here, and her 3rd shot, she came up with this.
She was so tempted to have a go. She kept changing her mind. She wanted to. She didn't know if she should, and decided to play safe, and oh, it was a great result.
And then she just put the foot on the gas after that. Birdie at 13. All she needed really was one more, and she got it at the difficult 14th by finding a very small patch of real estate underneath the hole.
Yeah, the short pin there is very, very tough up the hill because you can't afford to go past it. So that was really well done. And, well, what a treat this was. She just needed a couple of putts from here to make a nice, safe par, and look what she goes and does.
Well done to the champion. Suzann Petterson wins by 5 and pockets the $300,000 winner's check and scores her 5th victory of the year, her 4th on the LPGA Tour. Time for the presentation now. Let's head down to Cape Burton with Suzann Petterson, our winner in 2013 of the Sunrise LPGA Taiwan Championship.
It's time to salute our champion, and I'm delighted to welcome Chairman Xu to the presentation party, our host and sponsor this week. Suzann, a remarkable display of poise and precision. Weren't we here last year?
Yeah, no, this is a dream come true to first of all come here and to defend my title. Second all to play this well, but I mean, obviously the last 2 rounds has been the toughest I think all year. It's been it might have looked easy, but it's been tough. I mean, between me and Brian, he said this is like US Open toughness, because with the conditions and the course that you're facing, the challenges are just endless. So really happy to get this one done and one step closer to my goal.
You're the Asian specialist, but you had a number of players breathing down your neck. It got really close, especially on 13 with Atha drawing level.
Yeah, you know, Asa played fantastic today. I mean, I felt like I played pretty good myself. I mean, I was about 1 under, even 1 under. I mean, she was 3 or 4 under there through 14. I mean, she was making a lot of great shots and also holding the putts. So great effort by Asa, and she definitely kept me pushing and kind of keep going. So I have to thank her for kind of pushing me a little bit.
Well, congratulations. And now, can I please ask Chairman Xu to present the beautiful flame-designed Chinese crystal trophy to our champion for 2013, Suzann Petterson.
And what a worthy champion she is in 2013 as she was in 2012. And that's an appropriate way to finish our Asian swing. What has been simply a delight for us to cover. On behalf of Sandy McKenzie, Kate Burton, our executive producer Michael O'Dwyer, senior director Wayne Suter, and the entire crew, Peter Donegan saying farewell from Chinese Taipei. Suzann, you're a star.